Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Code Board meeting of August 6th. If you would, join the board and myself in the pledge to flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please. We have the roll call, please, of the Code Board members.
Sure. Mrs. Monahan.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fogg.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could we have the approval of the minutes of June 4th, please?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. Swearing in of the staff members, please.
Can you all state your name?
William Durden, Assistant Building Official. Oscar Moreira.
Paula Guy.
Charles Guevara.
Orlando Morris.
Ryan Alves.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, thank you very much, Ruth. At this time in county meetings is an opportunity, if there's a public comment that somebody would like to make, as long as it doesn't have anything to do with what we have going on here today, now would be the time. You have 2 minutes if you'd like to say something. Yes, sir. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name's retired Army Command Sergeant Major Clyde Mitchell Jr., homeowner of a resident here in St. Lucie County, particularly on Avenue S in Sunland Gardens. I stand before you, we stand before you. When I say we, I'll speak on behalf of Commissioner James Clasby, Mr. Benjamin Balser, who I've spoken with, Ms. Paula Guy, the residents in Sunland Gardens of Fort Pierce, and myself. It's concerning an abandoned property at 3601 Avenue S. It's owned by the Affordable Housing of Florida, LLC. The owner is Mr. James Hatfield. I stood before you some 2 years ago, and again, we, the names that I just mentioned, I didn't mention the former commissioner who was in position at that time. We patiently waited, and we appreciate the efforts of the board and those assessing fines for this particular property. But it's still in a dilapidated state. Doesn't do much for our county. A lot of unwanted attention is already looking on the city of Fort Pierce. So just concerned and asking you to continue to do what you've already been doing. We appreciate that.
Okay.
And we'd like to know if there's anything that we could do to try to get it up to where we think Fort Pierce, the Treasure Coast, should look like.
Okay, well, Chairman the lady in charge of staff here on the code, such as that, she can write that down and take care of that. I would look at it and see where we're at. We, being the board, are not able to, make any determination at this time. But thank you for bringing it before us. We really
Understand.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir. And Ms. Paula Guy, we're familiar with each other. We've exchanged some emails. She's included on that team of we as
Okay.
well. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank
I
you
have
very
a
much.
brief question. Is this case on our agenda today?
Yes, that would be correct. It is on the agenda today, and there's also a pending lot assessment.
Oh, it is on the
county's
agenda
coming-
today?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, then we'll get to it at that time.
Yeah, it's
okay.
good.
If that's out of order, again, my presence today,
No.
after speaking with Mr. Commissioner Clasby, he invited me. So
Oh, that's fine.
so
That's
why-
fine.
okay, I wanna
We're
make sure I'm
happy
not
that
out
you're
of order.
here. We're happy that you're here. If we have it on the agenda today, most generally, public comments are not on the agenda today. It's just outside of the agenda. However, we'll take it, well done. Thank you
you, sir.
very much. Sit down and relax, and we'll get to you in a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? All right, so we're going to be moving right along. Our agenda today is not going to be too terribly heavy, I believe.
Consent agenda.
Pardon?
Consent agenda.
Oh, the consent agenda, okay. All right. Need a motion on a consent agenda as presented by staff, please.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, so we're going to go right into the violation hearings. We have like 30 of them, I think, today, something like that. So the number one is going to be 25041147774 has been abated. We are on number two, case 231111292, 15315 Sky King Drive, Elements. Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Roger Templeman with CADCon Design. I'm here on the behalf of Mr. Nunez. He's unable to be here. My address is 111 Orange Avenue, Suite M205.
Okay.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we're going to get with our staff, and then we'll be right back with you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Paula, please.
Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning.
you. For the record, I will be resubmitting 4 photos taken by myself, 3 taken on November 16th, 2023, 1 taken on August 26, 2024, a submittal of 6 photos taken with 2 on December 6, 2024, 2 on January 23rd, 2025, and 1 taken on February 4th, 2025, and 8 for 2025. 15315 Sky King Drive was found in violation of Section 11.0501, a building and permit required for the detached metal garage and concrete slab. The permit that is applied for the building back in May in 2023 remains under review and is awaiting resubmittals. Also, the permit for the concrete slab was applied for in May, in the same status, remaining under review, awaiting resubmittal corrections. The notice of violation was issued on November 16th, 2023, with a correction date by November 30th, 2023. The notice to appear for today's hearing was delivered via posting to the property on June 30th, 2025. The owner was present for the Code Board hearing on September 4th, 2024. The board granted a continuance at the hearing on February 5th, 2025, and they granted an additional continuance to the July 2nd hearing, which was rescheduled for today, August 6, 2025. There has been constant communication with the owner, who does not live in this county. The owner would have liked to have been present today, but had an emergency to be out of the country. His engineer is here today to speak on his behalf. But as of today's date, the property does still remain in violation.
Okay, very good. And so this started in 2023.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like, a couple years ago. And it's
Yes, that would be
continued, and they
correct.
just passed it on and on and on. So I guess I'd ask Mr. Durden if he has some information on permitting.
As it says from today's date, nothing has been resubmitted since, looks to be, hang on one second.
The microphone, sir.
3/8 of 24.
Can't hear you.
The last date of anything that was submitted for this permit was on 3/8/24.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. And there's nothing you're waiting on?
Yeah, there's multiple items that we're still waiting on. The problem is the structure itself was not designed, per Bechtel Engineering, they're not looking at it as a hangar. They're not willing to sign off on it as a hangar. That's why CADCon come in and redesign the structure to basically get it approved.
Okay. After a 2-year time frame, it's quite, kind of annoying for the board for something like that. So please, sir, can you help us?
Yes, and for full disclosure, I am not an engineer. I'm a draftsman, and I do coordination and compliance advocacy. I help out with a lot of after-the-fact permitting. So I do the drawings, field research, and present with an engineer. So just to be clear, I have to be clear about that. And first, I'd like to acknowledge the length of this. I completely understand the urgency to want to kind of get this off the books.
Yes.
Absolutely, 100%. Initially, I think, this was something that the homeowner, I think, took on, and it was just maybe a bigger tiger than he thought he was going to deal with. And as they said, there was a permit was kind of applied for a slab separately, then a building, and they kind of got ahead of themselves. Before you know it, the building is up and in place. And one of the crux of the issue is that all the paperwork he had originally obtained, which was, would have probably been appropriate for permitting, was for a carport. But there's a little bit of an issue
Sure
with
is, big carport.
Well, big carport, yeah. So there's a there's a requirement that there's a limit to so many square feet for a carport. Hangar, however, is different. There has different criteria for that. So that's been kind of the rub. So really, it needs to all be say, hey, this is all hangar. As Mr. Durden mentioned, the original engineers are like, hey, we don't do hangars. This is a carport. And then to kind of complicate matters a little more, he put in this big hangar door. The hangar door specifically needs quite a bit of engineering for just it. The footers for that engineering of that door basically would allow you to install this thing in the middle of a field without a building.
Okay.
And it would not get blown down. So we're working towards getting the proper engineering kind of worked out with this. It's unfortunate that the client wasn't able to be here today. That's why I kind of stepped in last minute just to let you guys know we're not
Time frame?
avoiding this.
Time frame?
We would like to get another 90 days. This has been, it's a tough nut to crack, and we're working on getting it. And we've been engaged with him and advising him actually since July
It's up
of
to the board.
24.
Thank you very much for the request and that. I don't know, what is the members of the board?
I'm in favor of giving him a bit of time. It's not unsightly to me.
No, when it's been 2 years so far.
Yeah, it's a
what's another
complicated
90 days?
issue.
The only thing
I
is that the
understand.
90 days time frame is somewhere it has to cease. It's going to stop.
Sure,
you know,
absolutely.
and then unfortunately, and we don't want to fine anybody, but fines, that's the alternative going into place.
Right.
So,
So
up to
just,
the,
can I just mention one of the...
Yes, sir.
One of the, logic behind me saying, hey, 90 days is he has to also engage with a contractor that's going to want to do this. This is a tough one to get a guy, say, hey, I need you to come uninstall this door, cut this slab, put in these footings, and, people have more money to make. They can pour 10,000 square foot slabs in a day and make their money. No one wants to come break out a saw and cut holes. It's just going to be hard for him to get a guy to engage. So that's part of it. And then also getting the proper engineering kind of locked in and paperwork
okay,
applied.
all right, we understand that, and I'm sure he understands the fact, if he looks back in the mirror at what he's done, it's been 2 years.
I am sure he does.
And so that's on the other side of this, and
Correct.
but we appreciate what you're asking for. Is there a motion? Do we have somebody?
Sure, I'll make a
Monahan?
motion. I hereby move in reference to case number 2311-112092 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, we determine the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by January the 30th, 2026, a fine of up to $250 may be imposed. A cost of $200 has been imposed as a cost for prosecuting this case. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month after the date given for compliance at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard, the fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date.
Second.
Second one, Mr. Taylor, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, sir, January.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to number 3, case number 2504-114-789, 7605 Banyan Street. Cynthia Allen? Good morning to you, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
Fine, please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. Cynthia Allen, 7605 Banyan Street, Fort Pierce, Florida, 34951.
Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you affirm
ma'am.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to hear from staff. We'll be right with you. Good morning, Mr. Moe. How are you, sir?
Good morning, sir. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Great.
For the record, I am submitting one photo dated April the 3rd, 2025. one photo dated June 11, 2025, one photo dated December 2007, retrieved from the Google image April 21st, 2025, one aerial picture of the property appraiser website, one picture dated 2001 from the property appraiser tax roll card, retrieved April 21st of 2025, one PDF file from the property appraiser website, two photos dated June the 23rd, 2025, two photos dated June 25th, 2025, and two photos dated August the 4th, 2025. During my inspection, I found the property located at 7605 Benyon Street to be in violation of Section 11.05.01 Building and Sign Permits. Please obtain a permit for the enclosure of the front porch and any other work related to the alteration. I issued a notice of violation later on April 4th, 2025, and gave a compliance date of April 18, 2025. After getting no compliance, a certified notice to appear for the July 2nd, 2025 Court Board meeting was issued April the 21st, 2025. After the July 2nd, 2025 Court Board hearing was canceled, a new certified notice to appear for the October 6, 2025 Court Board hearing was issued and posted June 26, 2025. I have remained in contact with the owner, and as of August 4, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ma'am, are you in violation or are you not?
I would say probably, yeah.
Okay,
I would say I've owned the home for 31 years, sir.
okay,
And that was probably done, I'll bet you 21 years ago. My husband's been passed for 18. So
Okay.
he did it before he passed away, sir.
okay.
So
All right.
that's the original house. That was 31 years ago, sir.
Very good, very good. So, can we go ahead and get it handled?
No, sir. I can't go forward with anything on it.
You can't.
I don't have, I'm just a boat builder, sir. I mean, I barely get by from paycheck to paycheck. I can't rip it down, but I can't go forward either, sir.
No, I mean, can you get a permit so that you can, so that this will be, if not, you'll end up with a fine, and we don't want to do that.
But if I get a permit, sir, I would still have to hire somebody to come in and do it.
Well, you have to just get a permit for what you did, what was done.
So, okay, but even if I get a permit, what do I do from that point, sir?
When they come look at it, staff will come look at it, and you'll be okayed, and you get a permit number, you'll be okayed, I believe. Is that not correct? Ms. Paula?
William Durden can assist her with that matter.
Mr. Chairman, this is William Durden, Assistant Building Official. A permit needs to be applied for a renovation to the structure. The renovation would require engineering for the perimeter, the wind load requirements for the structure. With that being said, I mean, once she obtains that, and we come out and inspect to make sure everything's to code,
Right.
and then at that point it would be signed off.
Okay, all right.
I have a
So,
question,
yes, ma'am.
if I may interrupt.
Go ahead.
How many years did you say this has been?
At least
enclosed?
20, honey. I've been in the house for almost 31.
I got that.
And my husband's been dead almost 18. So I would say anywhere from 20 to 21 years ago, ma'am.
How many hurricanes has it been through?
Everyone that's came along St. Lucie County, and I've never claimed a bit of damage. And I've never had damage. Never even filed a claim, ma'am. I did have to put a new roof on last year or this year because Citizens was getting into the thing of, canceling you're bumping you up. I already paid $5,500 a year, ma'am, for my house, and I do it all by myself.
I understand. Does it
I can't afford to have an engineer and
Okay, I understand. I'd have a question for you, Mr. Durden. Does it have to be engineered?
It has to be done
You
by
all
design.
can't,
It
you
has
all
to be.
don't have an in-house engineer that can go do this?
No, ma'am. We do not.
Okay.
can I be grandfathered in or something, being that it's not
There's
like it
nothing
wasn't
that-
done 6 months ago? I mean,
Does it leak?
no ma'am, I have no issues anywhere inside the house. I replaced 2 panels on the outside because I had a guy come out and inspect the roof and underneath, and because I had stuff pumped into the upside of the attic up there to keep it cooler. And he said for citizens, I had to replace the 2 pieces of wood on the side for wind mitigation type purpose. So we put 2 T1000s up there, and he said I was good to go, but then he said I needed to repaint the house and just ran out of money.
It looks like there's part of that wood is
It's brand new.
peeling
now.
off. It looks
All
like
of
it's
them.
got a coming off there up at the top.
I actually have some new pictures, ma'am, if you'd like to see them,
You
but
bet.
that I turned in for the wind. I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name, but
I'll always look at pictures.
yeah,
You have to run her
that
phone.
we had done because he said to take some
Still on
new
her cell
pictures.
I'm sorry?
He said to take some new pictures. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, gentlemen.
No, I'm what I was talking, and they're on your cell phone and all that, and we don't, I'm not sure that she can put them up on the
Oh,
screen.
that's fine, honey.
And
I'll pass by it then, sir.
Okay,
But
and
no, it was replaced because I actually had them, somebody bring them out and my son put them in, but there's no gap on the top of that, sir.
okay. Excuse me just a moment. Mr. Moe,
Yes, sir.
where did this complaint start from? Where did it come from?
This was a proactive case. I had a inspection in the same block, and at the time there was a lot of outside storage and high grass on the property.
On the same piece of property?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good.
We're having some bad luck with lawnmowers in my house.
Okay. All
I
right.
have broke 2 of them
They run
in the last
spurts.
6 months. So.
Mr. Waters? Can you
I
help
don't
me
know
out
what to
here?
do here.
No, unfortunately, as I see it, the law is the law. We can't change the law.
Well, then
Right.
I'll take the fine then, sir.
I know, and my heart is bleeding for you,
Oh,
okay?
no, you're
So,
fine, honey. I mean, I'm not thinking I'm
So-
better than anybody, but I'll take the fine. All it is a lien.
Yeah, I get you, and that may be where you have to go because I don't know of another mechanism besides you're either you're guilty or not guilty.
I would say I'm
of-
guilty, sir, but
it-
it just hasn't been recent.
Yeah, let me finish.
Yes, sir.
I see your husband did what many husbands do, me included. My wife would go on to expound on that. We just take things in our own hands and we do it, and now you're having to deal with it here. And you got to get engineering. I don't see another way around a code enforcement action. The only thing that this board maybe can do is provide a length of time for the bad news we're going to deliver to you in the end. So I think possibly either we kick this can down the road or go ahead and go down for a potential fine down the road, give you a lot of time to rectify this, and I feel terrible for your finances and what you have to go through, but I don't know of another mechanism for the law that we have.
There's one other thing.
Yes,
There's
ma'am.
the amnesty program. Once you get the fine,
Yes.
you can apply for the amnesty program and pay a small amount.
May I take the fine, sir? Because I can
certainly
pay
could.
it off in 2.5 years when I can access my 401
Yes.
without penalty.
So this really painful for me to do. I hate
Honey,
this because
it
I
is
want
what
to
it
help.
is.
I want to help you. So
We all want to help you, but we're
Honey,
limited.
You got your hands tied as well as I am.
We're not to the
But I
fine
mean,
stage yet.
I'd rather take the fine because, like I told the gentleman, I missed a day's worth of work, and
Okay.
that's enough to put me behind, sir.
All right.
So if I gave you a path,
to do
that
20
if I made a motion today and you obviously are guilty,
Oh, yeah.
so.
You know what? We're not fining her today.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the process is this, I'm gonna
Some
make a
fine,
motion, it's gonna include finding you guilty, but, you may wanna come back later on for the fine stage of this. Come see us again at that stage, okay? So
This is simply a fine hearing.
This is just a
I mean,
hearing.
a violation hearing.
I mean, I just can't take the fine today. and
No,
Okay.
nobody's
You're not
nobody's
going to get it today.
Nobody's going to make a motion, well, I'm going to make a motion
Yes,
that
sir.
you're found guilty, but I'm going to include some time within that, and then and then come back for the fine hearing.
Please go forward, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir. That sounds.
Okay, so,
I'll take
the
another
best
day
Uh,
way.
and come back and.
yes.
Because the fine, from what I understand, sir, You just put a lien on the house and I have to pay that before I sell the
Well-
property or within time, right?
Well, it can get complicated. We won't go into that right now, but
But you know what? It would help an awful lot if you'd get a lawnmower and clean
There's-
up a little bit.
I got 2 of them being worked on Friday.
Okay.
But the grass though, I mean, I think between me and you, and nothing against you, sir, but I have new houses being built all around me, and they had created a little divide between my property and their property. There's some high grass there.
Well,
ma'am.
the backyard fence looks like it's overgrown. Is that your backyard?
Oh, yeah, I have bushes that are on the fence, and I
Yeah.
keep it just so nobody can see my dogs back there.
Yeah.
But my grass really isn't.
It's not that high, but the fence area is a little troublesome.
Well, ma'am, that was never brought to my attention about the back fence. It
Okay,
was
well, I
said-
just did.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I
Okay.
appreciate that for your honesty.
Okay.
all
Go
right,
ahead,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir,
I
please
hereby
do.
move in reference to case number 2504-114-789, that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, testimony, and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, we determine the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by
What are you doing, November, December?
February 4th, 2026.
Okay.
I'd have gone further than that. You okay with that?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I'd go to December 1st.
Next year.
That's too
December
far.
1st of this year?
December 1st of 2026.
That's too far.
That's too far. Okay.
I'm easy to get along with, gentlemen and ladies.
Let me change the date to June 3rd, 2026.
Better.
Beautiful.
A fine of up to $250 per day may be imposed.
What's the max fine?
Please take
relax
notice that on the
a
first
minute, okay?
Wednesday of the month after the date given for compliance at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date.
Second.
Second by Ms. Monahan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, ma'am, you've been
Now-
given till June.
Now,
2026.
What this did, the intent that I had for making the motion, you're gonna need to take care of this, and you were given a very generous amount of time to do that. And I think if you take the time to get some people in the community to help you out with this, you should be able to get some paperwork done. Get with Mr. Durden, there's hope for you. But you just gotta start digging for some help to get this done, and there may be a way to get it done without a great expense, but you make some effort between now and then, because it won't go away, and it's more complicated than just assessing and paying a fine. It's much bigger than that. It can grow beyond that. It needs to be handled, so.
And please keep your grass mowed and such as that, if you would,
sorry,
please.
sir?
Said, please keep the outside area, the grass mowed and that.
Yes,
That would help
I
a
got all
lot.
that. I'm
Thank
just
you.
concerned with
Thank
the
you very
property.
much.
You may want to grab Mr. Durden's card. Maybe he can give you some advice going forward.
Thank you.
There's hope for you. You just got to put some effort into it.
Thank you for your time. Thank you
Just
for your
saying,
time.
it's time for the county to
Okay.
employ an engineer to help citizens.
All right, guys. All right, we're on number 4, case number 2504-114-840, 7505 Santa Rosa Parkway, Fort Pierce, Florida. Brian Warrington and Chassie Warrington. Is there anybody here representing them? Yes, sir. Please state your name and address.
Brian Warrington, 7505 Santa Rosa Parkway.
You can
Okay, very
pull
good.
that up if you need to.
Yeah. It doesn't come up.
I
You
guess
just
it
got to
just
bend it towards
moves
you.
out.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
You need to be sworn in, sir.
Oh, yes.
Raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, very good. We're going to hear from staff. We'll get back with you. Mr. Moe, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman. So right now, unfortunately, I don't have the summary for this case. It's actually on the iCloud right now. I forgot to print it and attach it to the folder. The actual summary to read the.
Okay.
Would we be able to have a delay of this reading while we obtain the information that?
Right, if he's
he
gonna,
needs?
if he can go get your information?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right, you've already been sworn in, sir. You sit down and we'll get back with you in just a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go to number 5, case number 25031147110, 5470 Southwind Trail, Fort Pierce, Florida. Sophia Bentley Watkins and Sarah Bernadette Watkins.
Bernadette Watkins.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name and address.
It's Paul Watkins Jr., 5470 Southwind Trail, Fort Pierce, Florida, 34951, sorry.
Okay, very good. You're going to be sworn in, please.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, we're going to hear from staff, then we'll be right with you. Mr. Moe, please.
Yes, sir. For the record, I am submitting 2 photos dated March 19, 2025, 2 photos dated May 12, 2025, 4 photos dated June 11, 2025, 2 aerial photos obtained from the property appraiser website, 3 photos dated June 23, 2025, 3 photos dated July the 25th, 2025, and 3 photos dated August 4, 2025. During my inspection, I found the property located at 5470 Southwind Trail to be in violation of Section 38-26, abandoned property, junk, trash and debris, outside storage, dead vegetation. I issued a notice of violation letter on March 20, 2025, and gave a compliance date on April the 3rd, 2025. After getting no compliance, certified notice to appear for the July 2nd, 2025 Code Board meeting was issued May 12, 2025. After the July 2nd, 2025 Code Board hearing was canceled, a new certified notice to appear for the October 6, 2025 Code Board hearing was issued and posted June 26, 2025. I have remained in contact with the owner. As of August 4, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Can we go back to the pictures? please?
Yes, can we go back here to the pictures, please? Is this, the pictures we had before, are they the same, on the same
Yeah,
piece of
what'd we go
property?
through?
Yeah, a lot of it's being covered by grass now because this case has been open for a minute now. So
But-
a lot of it's just green grass over it now.
No, well, the first pictures we saw that came up on here,
I had-
there was a lot of things.
I had to scroll through the previous case to get to this one.
Okay, so is
So
this-
Oh,
these
it's
photos
just this one
That
here.
went through was from a previous case.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
All
so
right. Are you in violation, sir, or are you not?
Oh, the trees are still there, yes, sir, they are still
Of
there.
course.
Yeah, they're still there, yes.
So what is, I don't understand, is that debris on your property?
So what that is,
Well, wait, first, before you even start, what is your relation
She's my
to
mother.
these 2 women?
my mother and my sister.
Okay,
All right.
now go ahead.
All right, so what that is that when they came in to clear the land to bring in the manufactured home, they knocked some of those trees down and they pushed him to one side. Under the direction of the neighbor, not me, the neighbor, she said, well, why don't you push him to the side and form a berm? Am I saying it correctly?
Yeah,
a
berm.
berm, so that it separates the property because she knows I have 2 big Labradoodles. That's what we did. Then she turns around and she complains that they're an eyesore. If you look at them now from where they used to be, she said, oh, in a few months the vegetation would grow up over it. That's where I left it. So, but if you look at the pictures now, the vegetation has pretty much grown over it. But no one else in the neighborhood has complained about it being an eyesore but her. But her.
Do you have a permit to push that?
I have a permit for the trees to be cleared. Yes, ma'am. That was part of the original when we brought the house in.
Where is Oakland, Florida?
I'm sorry?
Oh, this is in Fort Pierce. I'm
Yes,
sorry,
ma'am.
that's just a
Lakewood
mailing
Park.
address.
Yeah, Lakewood Park.
I got it.
And it,
I looked in the wrong area.
okay.
Ms. Schwartzel, you got anything to add?
Yes, ma'am. Lynn Swartzel with St. Lucie County ERD.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great.
With our St. Lucie County vegetation removal permits, it's very specific that once you clear vegetation off a property, you have to remove the debris. On top of that, this property does have a wetland on it. So when they move the debris towards the buffer, they're putting that debris in the buffer of the wetland, and they cannot leave debris in the wetland. It's very specific that no debris is supposed to be in the wetland or in the buffer of the wetland. So they are causing problems within the wetland because they've pushed that debris in the buffer. So that has to be removed because it can't be in a wetland buffer.
Okay?
And obviously, per our vegetation removal permit, which they have, and they did have, it says all vegetation that has been taken down for the house or the
Right.
mobile home needs to be removed off the property.
So the permit he has is it expired?
Yes, I'm sure it's expired now, but during that time, it was open and
Okay.
it was supposed to be removed at
Can
that
he
time.
renew
So it's a
that?
violation.
Pardon me?
And so it is considered a violation.
It's
because
violent. Can he renew that permit? Are they
He
allowed
would have to
re-
get a new permit, but he doesn't need a permit now. He needs to remove the debris.
Oh, he doesn't need a permit, he can just need to
He
remove
needs
it.
to remove the debris off the
Okay.
property.
All
Can I
right,
just
you
say,
understand
in rebuttal to what she's saying, the wetlands, it has a perimeter, a fencing around it. There's no vegetation on that location.
It's in the buffer.
It's in
The
the
buffer,
Yeah.
the buffer has a fence around it, including the buffer. There's a black fence around it, which I intentionally leave up so that we don't have any issues like this.
I don't see a fence.
There's a black fence around the entire wetlands and the buffer. So so the wetland sits like this. There's a black fencing going all the way around it.
I don't
So I'm
see
going to
it.
have to disagree with what she's saying.
Well, what she is saying here is that at the time of the permit, when you took the trees down, they were supposed to be removed at that time.
Excuse me.
No matter what is there.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So a permit was pulled for vegetation removal.
Correct.
So do we have an open permit? Was the permit signed off on?
No, what happens is a permit is issued concurrently with the building permit.
So there was a permit that was, there, I see there's a building there and there's power on to get signed off and approved.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So how do we sign off a permit to get approved and we still got why didn't it get red tagged that there's?
Unfortunately, it's a residential property, so the environmental department does not go out and do the final inspection of vegetation with residential, unfortunately. We don't have enough staff.
I get it. So what do we do with the technicality that an inspection was made and signed off and approved and power was turned on and it was showed as approved? How do we deal with that discrepancy now with it, stating that you were within code and the permit was accepted as was?
Sir, the violation is actually for Section 38-26 for the junk and debris. In that those trees are considered debris under the code. It's not for the permit. So it's not a permit violation. It's for the accumulation of the debris.
Thank you.
Have you added to this pile of debris?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. The builder was the one that actually pushed it to both sides. But listening to her, I happen to have not been there. My brother was in the process of dying, so I was not there. That's something. So the neighbor came over and initiated this. And then she turns right around and complains about it.
Well, the neighbor, does she own that property?
She does not. She does not. She has nothing to do with it.
Does she own anything
She
abutting
owns the
it?
one next door. They offered to buy our property. Her husband came over, put wetland flags all around the property. All around the property. And said, I'll buy it from you for $25,000. Like trying to push us out.
Is it on your property, this stuff?
Yes, ma'am. It's on our property. It's a berm. She said, let's build it as a berm on the front side. Because she said it'll keep your dogs in. And all I would have to do is fence off the front. That was her recommendation to the builder.
Well, unfortunately, and what you're telling us, and that's probably what the conversation was at that time, but being in the county and, having the rules and regulations that we have, and if debris there, then obviously the debris is going to have to be moved. Okay?
Where is this place? Where is this?
It's in Lakewood Park.
It's off
Indrio Road.
Off of Indrio Road.
Yes, ma'am.
North, south? It'd be north, wouldn't it?
It's north of Indrio, yes, ma'am.
Is it west of Kings Highway or east of Kings?
East of Kings Highway.
It's on the other side of the airport.
It's what?
The airport's on the south side. It's on the north side.
Oh, okay. I've got my bearings now.
So if I may,
Yes.
we're going to have to base this on the law. Can I hear what the law says about decaying, like any decaying trees that may be on someone's property, about removal of decaying trees?
It's basically, it's nuisance debris. It's a public nuisance, it's,
Can I hear let me hear the verbal
The definition?
portion of the law, yes.
I can read you from the
We're
code.
gonna make
It's
we're
section
gonna make a
38-.
determination based on the law. I want to hear exactly what the law says.
Why don't you just strike a match and burn?
You wanna look up the Municipal?
Well,
I'm
I
serious.
thought about that, but then we'd have to get, my mom's on a fixed income, so then we'd have to get someone
Yeah,
to come out and manage the fire and whatnot,
So, Ms.
Yeah,
Paula,
I'll do it.
Ms. Paula, are you gonna do that, or Jeannie, or with somebody?
Jean's looking it up, but I can try.
I'm looking up the code
I didn't know if
section.
maybe Jeannie had it right on it,
38-26.
since she was in there.
It's prohibited outside storage of junk, trash, and debris. In the vegetation debris, it's man-made piles, it's not natural vegetation. So
Right.
that's how it just determined that it
Like-
falls in as a public nuisance.
Can we read that out loud?
You
I'm
have it?
sorry to press you for that.
I'd like to hear it too. And these debris, let me make sure I understand. These piles that have been pushed back are all the way down both sides and the back?
No, ma'am, they're right there where the house is sitting, if you'll see,
Just this one side?
on both sides right there. They
Oh, but
hauled
not
some
the
of it
back.
away, but not the back.
So
The trees
that-
in the back. Go ahead.
What I'm wrestling with, there's debris that was there. And so how the debris got there becomes an issue. If we'd had a hurricane and it blew some trees down and it was a vacant lot, we wouldn't have a code violation, I presume. If the debris was pushed in a pile one way, I'm just trying to find the letter of the law to hang my hat on to find
I'm with
guilty
you.
or innocent.
Okay.
But I'm just trying to understand where exactly it all is.
Section 38-26 states,
ma'am.
states that no person shall discard, place, abandon, accumulate, or permit or cause to be discarded, placed, abandoned, or accumulated any abandoned property, garbage, trash, junk, or debris on private property in the unincorporated areas of the county unless such abandoned property, not including any garbage, trash, junk, or debris, is stored in an enclosed structure or at an authorized junk or wrecking yard. Garbage, trash, junk, or debris shall be disposed of at a solid waste disposal facility which is owned, maintained, or approved by the board.
And the definition of debris?
You know,
It sounds to me like you can't
we
have
can, we can, sit here on this and go forward.
Sir.
Give him time to figure it out, to work it out.
The definition of debris means fragments or accumulation of pieces of metal, rubber, plastic, cloth, or any other natural, manufactured, or vegetative matter.
Vegetative matter.
So there it is.
All right.
It's gotta go.
Okay. So anyway, we'll give you some time, okay? We're gonna give you some time to work through this and see what you can do. All right, because it is gonna have to take, you're gonna have to do it.
And I wouldn't listen
And
to any neighbor.
Don't worry about the
the
neighbors
rules.
and everybody else, okay?
It's
We'll go-
hard, because when she says that she doesn't want a mobile home in her neighborhood,
Well,
and this is what
That's
she
tough.
does.
Guess what, you're there.
Oh, I'm here.
You're there,
Yeah,
you're in
I'm not
place
going
and all
anywhere.
that, so just go forward with this and try not to pay any attention to her.
I don't.
And, you're paying attention to the county and the law of the county and vegetation, okay? All right, so we're looking for a motion, please.
Me or you?
I'll make the motion.
Yes, sir.
I hereby move in reference to case number 2503-114710, that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts, the case testimony, and recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, we determined the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order for enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by April 2nd, hang on a minute, wrong calendar. April 1st, 2026, a fine of up to $250 per day may be imposed. please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month after the date given for compliance at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard, a final hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, sir, you've been given April 26th. Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we're on number 6, case number 2501-114-474, 2481 Johnson Road, J&J Lawn and Landscape LLC. Anybody here with J&J? Is that you, ma'am?
He just stepped out to go to the bathroom, so I'll just come up here and go in a second.
You can step up here and kill some time.
That's right. Please state your name.
Carrie Kendall.
Okay, very good. And and your address?
For the property, or just my address?
Your address?
My address is 747 Carlisle Way.
Okay, very good. All right. You'll be along here in a few
Yes.
minutes, I'm sure.
Are you
And,
planning to speak today?
If need be, I can, yes.
Well, you should be sworn in.
Yeah, you're gonna be sworn in, but if he's coming right away, we'll swear you both in at the same time.
Yep, he's coming right now.
Okay, all right.
Good save.
A lot of craziness going on today, a lot of delays.
Yeah, we might got a couple minutes, but.
After this case, check with Mo, make sure that the other case.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Joseph Shadow. My home address is 709 Emo Drive, Fort Pierce, Florida, 34982.
Okay. Can you raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let us hear from staff, then we'll be with you, sir, Mr. Moe.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Moe,
Yes, sir.
please.
For the record, I am submitting one photo dated June 25th, 2025, retrieved from the property appraiser website. One photo dated June the 25th, 2025, retrieved from the St. Lucie County Geographical Information website. And one photo dated June 27th, 2025. One photo dated July 25th, 2025. And two photos dated August 4th, 2025. During my inspection, I found the property located at 2481 Johnston Road to be in violation of Section 8.00.03 F, outdoor storage of recreational equipment. Accessory structures such as the RV are not allowed on the property without a home primary structure. Please remove the RV from the property. I issued a notice of violation letter on March 12, 2025, and gave a compliance date of March 26, 2025. After getting a compliance certified notice to appear for the July 2nd, 2025 code board meeting was issued April 22, 2025. After the July 2nd, 2025 code board meeting was canceled, a new certified notice to appear for the August 6, 2025 code board hearing was issued and posted June 26, 2025. I have remained in contact with the owner. As of August 4, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moe.
You're welcome.
Sir, are you in violation or are you not?
No, sir.
You're not? Okay, very good. Can you explain to us?
So the ordinances that we found were the 8.00.03 pretty much states in there that, you can have outdoor storage recreational equipment subject to the following restrictions. Number 2 clearly states, except that there shall be no limitation on the number of pieces of recreational equipment allowed in unenclosed structures on a lot parcel of more than 1 acre, parked at least 100 feet. So pretty much from what we are reading, it says, you can have your RV stored on your property. Actually could have more than one. And it doesn't say anything about
let me ask you a question. What are you zoned? What is your zoning there?
ag.
You're zoned to ag.
How many
Straight
acres is it?
Agriculture 1, it's 1.11 acres. We are a licensed facility. I know that, do you guys see our licenses?
And pardon me, we don't, we're just the board. The
Okay,
staff
we've
sell
emailed it
licenses
to Mo.
and
Mo's
such as
had
that.
them.
And
So
it,
we are a licensed facility, Florida State Fish and Agriculture.
Okay.
We have, the state of Florida has approved our drawings.
For
throughout.
what?
The whole entire site plan has been approved by the state of Florida.
Okay.
For what?
It is a farm. We do raise hemp. We're an aquaculture facility. We're an all organic facility. No chemicals are on the facility. It's all done organically. We raise fish, tilapia, catfish, shrimp, prawn, lobsters, freshwater lobster.
Okay,
but-
so just hold on here a minute. Let's go back to staff. Where are we at? Mr. Durden?
There's no, as far as it says, there's no building permits applied
There's
for.
no building permits.
What are the buildings that are there? Well, I see a boat, I see a motorhome, what else?
You see a boat?
There's no primary structure on the
It looks like
property.
a
That's
boat
part
to
of the
me.
problem.
Okay, so
Look at the picture, you tell me what it is.
there
I'm
is a
sorry?
camper. There is a barn. The barn is approved by the state of Florida, and I have a drawing on my phone, but I'm not going to show it to you guys because I know I can't bring it on the screens.
Okay.
But the barn is approved for an indoor grow where we do grow weed.
Which one is that?
That's the red barn. That's the one you see
From
right
the,
there.
And that is correct. He has the paperwork to uphold that from the Department of Ag for his licensure. So there is no primary structure on this vacant parcel, and that's where the problem lies for the RV.
you don't have any issue with any of the other things parked there? It's just
Correct.
one RV? That's the violation?
There's no residential home on the property. That's why.
I'm trying to understand exactly what the violation is trying to be,
That's what she's.
is alleging. It's only one RV, is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something?
Yes.
I was just mentioning that there's no primary structure on the property, and that's
Right.
the
Not
that's
having
the
a
issue.
primary.
That's therefore they cannot have the accessory structure such as an RV, which is the violation that was stated.
But if they have ag exemption,
They don't.
They do not.
They do not.
Oh,
It's,
they
it's
do not
zoned
have ag
agricultural,
exemption.
but there's no bona fide ag exemption.
okay, you
Let me-
have no ag exemption from the tax collector.
Correct.
Otherwise, you could do the, I guess.
So we were just asking, because in our ordinance that we have looked up and searched for months to find, it doesn't mention anything about a home on here. We've got section 8.00.03. And it doesn't mention anything about a home in that ordinance.
That section of the ordinance is called particular permitted accessory structures and uses in residential, agricultural, and planned unit development districts. In order for it to be an accessory structure, there needs to be a primary structure. Here, there is no primary structure, and that's why you cannot have the accessory structure without a primary.
May I tag off of that, please? But if it's agriculture exempt property, that wouldn't count.
Okay, so if it was a bona fide ag, like if it was designated by the property appraiser as bona fide ag, then potentially he may be able to have such a thing.
So given that,
But
we've had this argument before as to how it becomes bona fide and who makes that determination. And there's nothing in the law that I've seen that says that the tax appraiser is the one that has to do that. I believe that this board has the authority to call that agriculture property
That's
if it
incorrect.
meets the criteria.
that's incorrect. It
That
is
not
statutory.
incorrect. I disagree. We've had this before. We've had this issue before, and we've ruled
Under the
this
right-
board can make a determination whether it's agriculture or not. We can't direct the tax assessor, in my opinion, to how to handle the
Which one
tax
have we
issue.
ever said was ag exempt?
We had a landmark case.
I don't
We-
recall
we
it.
did rule on it.
Yep.
Do
I
you
don't
remember
recall
that?
it.
I don't recall it.
I don't recall.
I don't recall
Do you, Mr. Krieger?
I do not.
I don't believe we have that ability.
I
And you
think
don't have the
property-
authority
anyway,
to.
okay, guys, we can
You
talk
don't
about
have the
this.
authority to designate property agricultural exempt as a board.
No, but who,
Well, the statute doesn't allow you that authority.
I would like to see, the statute does not delineate who can make that determination. I'd like to hear the statute. It's not true.
Your powers are outlined by county law and state law. You find a violation, If you find a violation, then you impose a fine if you so desire.
The powers that I'm referring to right now is my ability to acknowledge that it is agriculture exempt, based on the law, my determination of the law.
What's up with the photographer?
Okay, so I would go ahead and do this. I'm not sure. I would go ahead and do this. I think that we would just, can go ahead and let them go further with county on this and just postpone it for another time and let them figure it out.
Yeah, I don't think we're out of our purview.
Okay, let staff and these folks here, I know you have numbers there and all that, but you need to get with the county people and all that and get it straightened out. Because according to
that's what we're here for.
And,
according to the attorney
we don't do
here,
that.
but you can't, in this meeting, we got a lot of people waiting to.
I understand, and my time's money for us too. I'm a businessman.
Yes, and I understand that.
I've lost 3 jobs since I've been here this morning.
Okay, very good. Well, we've lost some too. Believe it or not, all the boards.
But can I bring one other thing to you guys' attention,
Please.
just so you do know? We do have a neighbor or whatnot, and I'm not even going to bring all that into it, but we have been trying our best to do everything with you guys. We have. They told us we had turtles on the property. There was no turtles. I paid for the turtle survey. There was not one turtle.
Okay.
They cannot survive on that property because it's a wetland, low-lying area. So I did that. I knew I didn't have any turtles, but I went ahead and did the turtle survey, even though I knew I didn't have any. They recommended we had to do the tree survey. I paid for the tree survey. Did some figuring out that I did not require a tree survey. So if I've already spent thousands and thousands of
All
dollars.
we're trying to do and tell you, I personally, as part of the board, are just trying to suggest to you and tell you that you maybe need to go, not spend money, but check with the county a little bit further on this ag and that. As we are saying here, the law is you have to have a home on the property. You're saying that you don't.
Well, we don't
because
live
the
there. We
state
don't
said
plan on living there. It's a business.
So it's something that's got to be worked out between you and the county.
Let me bring one more thing and I'll be done.
Okay.
So, and like I say, our site has been approved by the state of Florida. It is approved. My camper is approved. They looked at it, they said that can stay there because that is where you have to have security for your weed farm. You have to. So you have to have a spot for the security guy to be at, not to live or reside, but he should be able to have a spot to go. So that's why it is approved.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes a difference.
You approved that. Did you check with the county?
That's
have
why we're
you
here.
checked with the county?
The county's told me I cannot have it.
I'm
Mo
asking
is
you
the guy
that.
I checked with,
I'm,
and he's
I'm,
told me
a- I'm asking you that. Did you check with the county? If you didn't, you missed a step somewhere along the line before you started out to make sure. The state can say lots of things, but the county has rules and regulations too. And I realize ag and all that. I don't know exactly how all the ag works and all that. What I am asking you from the board here to do is go a little bit further. If we postpone this and check with the county and make sure that everything's fine, then come back to us and we'll go from there.
Absolutely. If you could provide me with some phone numbers or some kind of information.
I can't do it. I can't, but staff can.
I'm
Paula
going to do
can.
whatever it takes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Check with the county that you live in, and you've done all the stuff in the state and all that, and that's great. But you live here. So check with the county and make sure, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And we'll give you some time.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Waters?
Mr. Chair, and I'd make a motion to postpone this case. And more specifically, when we come back to the case, I think it should be, you're going to need to bring some documentation of how you qualify for the agriculture exemption. And I think I'd like the attorney to show me the law.
I have it here. I have it here at present because what I don't want is for him to come back and try to present his information to this board when this board is not, by statute, the authority that can grant a bona fide ag use.
Would you please, okay, so you have that. Would you please read that to me?
Okay. This is from the Right to Farm Act. It's subsection 6, which limitation on duplication of government regulation.
Okay.
It is the intent of the legislature to eliminate duplication of regulatory authority over farm operations as expressed in this subsection. Except as otherwise provided for in this section and section 487.0152, and notwithstanding any other provision of law, a local government may not adopt an ordinance, regulation, rule, or policy to prohibit, restrict, regulate, or otherwise limit an activity of a bona fide farm operation on land classified as agricultural land pursuant to subsection 193.461. That is the section that delegates the authority to the property appraiser to determine whether a property is agricultural, bona fide agricultural for tax purposes.
Does it? So, read the last half of that.
Or otherwise limit an activity of a bona fide farm operation on a land classified as agricultural land pursuant to section 193.461.
Does it say, I did not hear it say any there that they're the only ones that can designate whether it meets the criteria or not?
Okay, well, when we go to 193.461, I can read that section.
I'm sorry to belabor this, but it's very important to these people and other people too.
And this is all from the Right to Farm Act.
Mm-hmm. Which is where what I think he's alluding to, when you can have an RV on a property without having
Right.
a primary structure.
Security trailer.
Is this dirt yours in the photograph?
So we are that's the berm, no, that's natural berm.
A natural berm.
That berm's across the whole canal, I guess, where they dug out the canal. When they dug that canal years and years ago, they plowed.
Oh, that's not even on your property?
That's on the easement.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if they put it on
All
my
right,
property.
she's ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 193.461, agricultural lands, classification and assessment, mandated eradication or quarantine program, natural disasters. The property appraiser shall, on an annual basis, classify for assessment purposes all lands within the county as either agricultural or non-agricultural. Period. It does not provide for any other.
We've never
For
done that.
assessment purposes.
No.
Yes. And that's what the Right to Farm Act refers directly to this section of the statutes. That's where the determination is made.
We farm and we always have gone to the property assessor to talk about it.
So you have to go to the property appraiser and talk to them.
I respectfully disagree. That
Okay.
has to be I think that's for tax assessment purposes. I don't think that's, I think.
Okay, well, we have to get
Well, that
off
can
dead
be-
center here somewhere.
Yeah, we gotta move on.
Well, that's fine. We can agree to disagree and I'll vote against it, but that's where I'm at.
All I'm trying to do is give them some time
I
to
get you, yeah.
work with somebody. Okay?
Yep, all
So
right.
we're looking for a motion, please, from somebody.
How long can you go to Kevin?
Just a continuation.
But he was right about that. When you talk to the property taxes, they talk about tax purposes.
Right, and I
solely.
understand that, but we're sitting on dead center here. We're just sitting at dead center
Well, I'm
trying
trying
to
to look
help
at where I've got it
you
from.
and help, with the county. You're
This is
talking
my
about the
issue,
state.
though. I don't know where to look at. Like, even though you don't know, I don't know.
I personally don't
Find
know
where to
the
go.
law. That's why we
Staff
have
is
these.
being paid here to help you. Go wherever you need to go to find out what you need to know. We're a bunch of volunteers sitting here trying to mediate between staff and you.
Yeah, I've
And we
been
can't-
misguided so many times, and I'm trying my best to follow and do what I need to do.
Honey,
but-
life is misguidance.
And I'm trying
sorry
my
to
best.
say.
I'm doing what I got to do.
I understand, and you're doing very well
I'm trying
evidently
my
from what
best.
you're doing, but you're talking about things that we as a board don't completely, I won't say we don't understand. There's different variations and
There's
such
a
as
lot.
that, but the law is the law.
There's a lot
of
we
law.
don't understand. I've been on this board 26 years, and I learn something new every day.
And I'm here to learn too.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
If I may, I'm going to make a motion to postpone this hearing, and my expectation is at the next hearing, I think the delineation line here is if you're a bona fide agriculture business, then we don't have the authority to get in your way per state law, as I see it right now.
It's
If-
been a-
If you bring evidence of a bona
Keyword
fide.
there is bona fide.
A bona fide agriculture business, I don't know, it seems to me, you need to bring proof that you're bona fide, however, so we have a disagreement over who can accept that you're bona fide or not bona fide, so that's what I'd like to hear at the next hearing.
That's my goal.
So if you have anything to bring that you're bona fide, and it would actually help you if you were, if the tax assessor agreed with you, that would be a big help, go in your favor, but I don't think that they have to be that way. So that being said, I make a motion in regard to case number 2501114474 that we postpone it to the October 1st hearing, 2025.
October 1st? You mean the month you're not going to be here?
I'm going to miss November and
Oh,
December.
2026. Okay, do I
25.
hear a second?
That's in 25 you're talking.
25, yeah.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
No, I don't have one.
Mr. Till?
You want to make it September, a month earlier?
Okay.
Everybody be here? I'd like to augment that to the September 3rd
This
board
motion
meeting.
dies for lack of second. Please move forward with something else.
I'll restate the motion for September 3rd instead. Everybody should be here.
All right, there's
Are
a
you
motion
talking
for
2025, you're giving a
2025,
month?
yes.
That's a month?
Okay, guys.
Come on.
No.
Come on, let's go forward here.
Let me try one.
Yes, sir.
I hereby move in reference to case 114474 that the Code Enforcement Board continue the case to the Code Enforcement Board hearing on January 7th, 2026.
Second.
Second one, Mr. Waters. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, in January, folks, you got until January, please go a little bit further.
Can you give us that date one last time? Because you've changed it a few times, bro.
January 20, in January 2026.
January 7th.
7, 2000.
Okay?
Time, 9 a.m.
And it,
I don't know.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay,
I appreciate you
please
all.
do that, but go, do your homework, check with county, check with the county staff, all of that. Make sure you have everything that you
We're on
need.
it.
No
Okay.
disrespect to what you've done, because you've done a good job, but there's some missing links, I believe, for us to make a decision.
We're going to do some research. We'll become bona fide.
Okay,
I don't
Very good.
believe the secretary picked up my no vote on that. I was not unanimous.
I got that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to know, while we're sitting here, who's taking photographs and why?
Excuse me, I'm unaffiliated with the party in front of you now. My name is Charles Kavoy.
we can't hear you,
We
sir.
can't hear you. Come up here and tell us why you're taking photographs.
Right. My name is Charles Kaloya. I'm a
Microphone.
photographer.
Come up closer, sir.
Yes, good morning, members of the board. My name is Charles Kaloya. I'm a correspondent for the St. Lucie Voice biweekly newspaper. I was informed about this Johnson Road situation last night at the county board meeting with, in particular, several residents meeting from Johnston Road, and I decided to follow up for a piece that I'm currently in the midst of writing for the August 14th edition of the newspaper. So I forgive if my presence here was
I've
off-putting
just
to
never
them.
had anybody take photographs of a
Right.
meeting without telling us who you are.
Right, excuse me. So these photographs are strictly for my reference. They won't be published anywhere. Thank you.
All right.
And there's also, don't they do this on TV? Yeah, they're recording it all anyway.
Feel free to publish all of them.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Our lives are open books.
Okay, thanks, sir. All right, we're on number 7, case number 25031146888 has been abated. We are
Let's
on-
go back to Mo's case. Yep, Mo's.
What?
The case we bypassed from Mo.
Oh, okay. Mo, do you have
Yes,
that
sir.
case, you have the paperwork?
Yes, my apologies for the delay.
Okay.
Number.
You don't have to, you'll be sworn in. What was your name again?
Brian Warrington.
Okay, Brian, all right. Sorry for the holdup on this. Normally, Mr. Mo doesn't happen. Let's go forward.
Which one is it?
Yes, for the record, I am submitting 2 photos dated April the 16th, 2025, 2 photos dated May the 15th, 2025, 2 photos dated June 23rd, 2025, 2 photos dated July 25, 2025, 2 photos dated August 1st, 2025, and 3 photos dated August 5th, 2025. During my inspection, I found the property located at 7505 Santa Rosa Parkway in violation of 38-26 abandoned property, junk, trash, and debris for outside storage. A notice of violation was issued April the 16th, 2025, with a compliance date of April the 30th. After getting no compliance, a certified notice to appear to the July 2nd, 2025 was issued May the 15th, 2025. After the July 2nd, 2025 court board hearing was canceled, a new certified notice to appear for the October 6th, 2025 court board hearing was issued and posted June 26, 2025. I remain in contact with the owner, and as of August 5th, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Are you in violation, sir, or are you not?
I am. I work an insane work schedule. I work 75 hours minimum a week, and a lot of times I'm out of town. I've been talking to Mo, and I've been working on this. At a certain point, it looked that it was terrible. I lost a business. I had to roof blew off my building, so a lot of stuff got moved around, and until it was in storage, I had a trailer and my jet ski in the yard. Since then, the yard, I've caught up with the grass, I've done the trimming, I've gotten the jet ski, and I had 2 cars broken down, and they've all been towed. I've been making progress, but my work schedule, after working, and I'm in the sun 10, 12 hours a day, and I come home and I'm trying to work in the yard at night. I want to fix this, I want to complete this, and I just need more time.
Okay, so you were notified in March of this
sir.
year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and here we are now. So obviously, did you do anything? I mean, you've been working on it since March?
Yes, sir.
Or,
Yeah, so
all
I
we
had...
see is what we see in the pictures?
Yes, sir. So, in the beginning of this, I had a jet ski and 2 trailers in my driveway, and the trailer was full of stuff from my work. I've gotten rid of the jet ski. I've gotten rid of the 2 trailers. There was a car broken down in my side yard. I got it towed when we finally got a new vehicle.
All this stuff on the front porch?
Right now, this is the picture you're looking at right now. That shelf, and I have a welder and a acetylene bottle that I need to put into my trailer and take to my storage. And like I said, some of this stuff is heavy. My wife has been working on it during the daytime while I'm at work.
Okay.
But I just need some more time to finish moving it.
You get it done, what, 30 days?
So
60 days?
60 days. I'm leaving for 2 weeks to go to Canada in 2 weeks, and so that 2 weeks I'll be gone. So 60 days, I will 100% have.
You're lucky to have the stuff still there.
Huh?
Nothing.
I mean, a lot of it is gone.
But you have no photographic evidence that it's gone. Is that pickup truck gone?
The pickup truck is not gone. I need to tow. I'm taking it to storage. I have to clear a trailer of stuff that we just pulled off of the property. I have to put it in storage, and then I have to put the car on the trailer and take it to my storage.
Yeah. All we see is the pictures that we see.
Yes, I understand.
And you know what you have. We only know what we see.
I understand.
Okay? So if we give you 60 days, we won't have to worry about any of this, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Looking for
You still got plywood on your
Mr.
window.
Chairman, I hereby.
It's
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
hurricane season again, so we have them out for.
They're already mounted?
Yeah.
What is it?
I put wood on the side windows.
Plywood on the windows already.
It's hurricane season.
Which is why this is such a concern to the county, because all of this stuff could be blowing around.
Absolutely.
Well, as I say,
we're heading
most
into
of the
peak
stuff,
hurricane
much of the stuff is now gone. Anything that's there is so heavy that I can't pick it up by myself.
Well,
So,
as of Monday,
as of-
it's all still there.
and
You know, some of this junk can go right in that shed that's parked on
and
the
I
other
just
side.
and Monday night and last night until it got dark after I worked for 12 hours in the sun.
Doing
right?
what?
I worked from Fort Pierce Solar Sites. I maintain a fleet of robots that mows the solar site. So I stand in the sun for 12 hours repairing a robot so that we all have power.
And and I honestly, listening to you, we appreciate that, what you're telling us and all that, but this has been going on for 3 or 4 months
Yes,
since
sir.
you've been notified, so to tell us, last week, this week, it's been a couple months and
I
all
know.
that. Please do the best you can.
I will, and I've been making progress, and we'll take care of this.
Okay, 60 days.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
hereby move, in reference to case number 2504-114840, that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, we determine the violation in fact did occur, and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by September 15th, 2025, a fine of up to $200 per day may be imposed. A cost of $200 has been imposed as a cost for prosecuting this case. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month, after the date given for compliance at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date.
Second.
Second by Mr. Waters, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose like sign. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
One quick question. So if I clean everything up, is there a way I can report it to Mo and not have
You
to
stay
come?
in touch. He's your contact.
He's your contact. You let him know, he'll come take photos, it'll go away if it's cleaned up.
Thank you. Enjoy your 2-week trip. Okay, number 8, case number 25041148611 1407 North 37th Street, Fort Pierce, Florida. Thomas J. Mullins.
What happened to number 7?
It's abated.
When did you, I didn't hear that.
I didn't?
No.
I don't believe
Okay.
you read that in.
I think I did. I didn't? Okay. Then hold on a minute. Number 7, case number 25031146888 has been abated.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on number 8 now that I just read in. 25041148661 Thomas J. Mullins. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address.
Melissa Francois, 113 North 18th Street, Fort Pierce, Florida, 34950.
Okay, and your contact on this, Mullins?
Yeah, I'm his POA.
Pardon me?
His POA.
His power of attorney?
Yes.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, just sit tight for a little bit. We're going to hear then. Bess, please.
Yes.
Good morning.
Board. Good morning. For the record, I am submitting 2 photos dated April 15th, 2025, 2 photos dated June 9th, 2025, 1 photo dated June 19th, 2025, 2 photos dated June 24th, 2025, and 2 photos dated August 4th, 2025. 1 aerial photo dated August 5th, 2025. During my inspection, I found the property located at 1407 North 37th Street to be in violation of Section 13.08.01, Standard Housing Code, Section 304, exterior structure. The roof must be in good repair. Please repair the roof. I issued a notice of violation letter on April 18th, 2025, and gave a compliance date of May 2nd, 2025. After getting no compliance, a certified notice to appear for the July 2nd, 2025 Code Board meeting was issued on May 21st, 2025 for the July 2nd, 2025 Code Board meeting. The Code Board meeting was canceled. A new certified notice to appear for August 6th, 2025 Code Board meeting was sent certified mail and received June 10th, 2025. I have remained in contact with property owner. As of August 4th, the property remains in violation.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are you in violation or are you not?
I guess so.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so what's the answer here? What are we doing?
Okay, so this house needs to be completely renovated. Like I said, I'm his power of attorney. He's up in New York, old guy, 83 years old. I'm working back and forth with him. I've been working back and forth with different contractors. All the violations that she gave me, I complied with all of them. The only thing I'm having trouble with is the roof. But we're gonna do complete renovation to this property.
Okay.
So I asked that we get 12 months to do that,
And you're looking for 12 months?
just to get it completely done. You know, instead of going back and forth with Miss Bess.
Okay, so you say that you have, the only thing that we have here is the roof.
Yeah, she gave me a violation for a garage door, the regular door. So
Okay.
I had it bored. So I've been working back and forth with her.
Okay, so
The mold, I had it pressure washed.
why do you need 12 months?
Just so I can make sure that I get the right quote for the roof. I mean, I can't just spit out.
No, but 12 months is a long time because, that's a year from now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that if I get quotes and get this and all that, and a year from now it's going to look the same?
No. Probably it may be done in 6 months. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
Sir,
Well, it's up to the board members here.
once the,
Yes.
once the permits are issued, there will be additional time. She'll bring most of these into compliance, just having the permits issued for
I
that
only see
work.
one
So-
violation.
Okay. Yeah, we only have one in
Oh,
front of
okay.
us.
Well, once the permit's issued, there'll be additional time for her to bring the property into compliance.
Okay.
What's the cord in the front there? On the front of that house?
That was, I'm assuming that was some type of power line.
I know. Why? What is it if the house is empty? Somebody living in there?
No.
Why don't you get rid of that?
The cord?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. We're just gonna
Is
go
there
in
power
and,
on?
No. We're gonna go in and fully renovate it.
Okay,
All right.
so we're looking for a motion, folks.
I have one, boys. You
Yes.
want me to go?
Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
hereby move in reference to case number 2504 114861. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of this violation, we determined the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by September 30th, 2025, a fine of up to $250 per day may be imposed. A cost of $200 has been imposed as a cost for prosecuting this case. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month, after the date given for compliance at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date. Now, I chose this date because all you have to do is apply for the permit.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Waters. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Okay, ma'am. You get until September 30, just apply for the permit, all right? Thank you very much. You have a great day. Number 9, case number 2505-115-048 has been removed. We're on 10, case number 2504-114-875, 121 Princess Drive, Port St. Lucie, Florida, Seaferry Lane LLC. Is there anybody here? Seaferry Lane LLC. Okay, we are on number 11, case number 2505-115-006, 6010 Hickory Drive, OGI Home Florida's LLC. Anybody here representing them? We're on number 12, case number 2504-115-027 has been removed by the county. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, we're on 13, case number 2504114-929 has been removed. We are now on 14, case number 2501114-405, 207 East Arbor Avenue, Port St. Lucie, Florida, Ella Schwartz. Is there a Schwartz? Ella Schwartz?
Her son is here. He left. He said he couldn't wait any longer. He left.
Okay.
He's not here?
No, I was
Schwartz?
advised by Officer Moises.
Okay. Okay, guys, we are on number 15, case number 25041143836, 1000 Charlotte Street. Robert Cook. Robert Cook. We are on number 16, case number 250411480 has been removed.
Oh, slow down, slow down.
Okay, that's the end of the violation hearings. Would you please, have the halls been sounded, please?
We are currently sounding the halls for the following cases. Case number 2504144875. Excuse me, that's wrong. 114875. The location of violation 121 Princess Drive, Port St. Lucie. The property owner is Sea Fury Lane LLC out of Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Case number 2505115006, location of violation 6010 Hickory Drive, Fort Pierce. The property owner is LGI Homes, Florida, LLC out of the Woodlands in Texas. Case number 2501-114405, location of violation 207 East Arbor Avenue, Port St. Lucie. The property owner is Ella Schwartz. Case number 2504114836, the location of violation 1000 Charlotta Street, Fort Pierce. The property owner, Robert Cook in Fort Pierce.
That is it. Have the halls been sounded?
The halls have been sounded. Thank you.
Have a
Mr.
motion.
Taylor.
I hereby move in reference to the cases read to the record that the Code Enforcement Board enter order finding these alleged violators are in default as they did not appear to protest the violations against them, and that the board adopt the recommendations of staff as set forth on the agenda.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Waters. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, we're starting in with the fine hearings. The first case is 2503-114-695, and that is 2659 Rainbow Drive, Gregory L. Sanders.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address, sir.
Yeah, my name's Gregory L. Sanders. My address is 2659 Rainbow Drive.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Okay, we're going to hear from staff. We'll be right with you. Good morning, Josh.
Morning, Mr. Fogg, board members. For the record, I am resubmitting 6 photos dated, I'm submitting 6 photos dated March 20th, 2025, and 5 dated May 5th, 2025. I am also submitting 3 new photos dated August 4th, 2025. 2659 Rainbow Drive was found in violation of section 130801, roof in disrepair, 3826 outside storage, and 3826 unserviceable vehicles. A notice of violation letter was issued on March 20th, 2025, and after receiving no compliance, a notice to appear letter was issued on April 11th, 2025, for the Code Board hearing of May 7th, 2025. At the May 7th, 2025 Code Enforcement hearing, the property was found in violation by default and given until June 6, 2025 to comply, or a $250 daily fine would be imposed. As of today's date, the property remains in violation. I've had no contact with the property owner until this morning when I spoke with Mr. Sanders, and he's here to talk to the board members.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, this is a fine hearing today, so please go forward. Tell us what you're thinking here.
What my thinking is, okay. I've had some medical issues in medical emergencies, and that kind of, I started my roof, I got it permitted, I did everything I was supposed to do, and I was working on the roof, and I had it engineered and all that. Anyway, long story short, I went to stand up, I couldn't stand up. I had problems with my hips. I went to a rheumatologist, noticed that I had arthritis in both of my hips. I went to an arthroscopic surgeon, got caught in the COVID. I had to take cortisone injections. They didn't work very well. I finally got some insurance. I got surgery done on, I got it right here. I got surgery done September 2021 on one hip, and then I had surgery on my other hip. And then April 23, I diagnosed with cancer, throat and neck cancer. So it's like I had no funds to finish my roof. It was under TARP. As a result of that, no money. I got deemed as disabled, and I couldn't work because I was on disability, so I didn't have any money coming except from my disability. So tough stuff.
Yeah, that is. It's unfortunate. We're sorry that you have all the medical problems
Yes,
that you
sir.
have. You know, nobody likes that, and as we get older, those things happen. However, being here today with this and this situation, as we see, can we go back on some of these pictures? Right there, that's good. Where are we at here? This is 8-4, and I know you got trailers, I know you got trash, junk, and debris sitting around and all that. That's one of the reasons that you're here today, and that's one of the reasons you're in the fine hearing today. The violation hearing, I'm not sure you were here at. I'm not sure.
No, I
it's a default.
Yeah,
So,
I was out of town.
So I mean, you are here and you're here today, and now you're telling us all this stuff, and none of this has been corrected.
Well, some of it has been corrected, has been picked up, the grass has been cut, everything's been cleaned up.
Do you live there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Yeah. This picture was taken on 8/4/25.
Yes,
The picture
yes,
we
sir.
see here today.
Monday.
Monday, okay. Well, there was another car there. I got rid of the car. I got rid of a bunch of trash around there. I still have the trailer to get rid of. I had another trailer in there. I got the trailer out of there, and I'm working on that. I can.
I mean, and it's just stuff. It's just the violation is still there.
Right.
And the roof, we understand you get hurt and do all that stuff. And
Right.
But
So we're talking about the code violation as far as the stuff around the house, correct? Okay.
yeah, the whole thing actually.
The whole thing. Okay. Well, it's like with the financial stuff and not being able to work, I don't have money for the roof. Now I can get it. I had it permitted, and I couldn't get it done, so my time ran out of my permit. So
Okay, so having said that,
Yes, sir.
and we appreciate it, and like I said, we're sorry the situations that you're having. What can we expect to have happen?
Well, I'm saving money. I might have to go back to work, so I'm saving money. I can get the trailer and the stuff out of there and the truck out of there, and
Okay.
get the stuff.
And the
picked
car
up.
and all the other stuff, or whatever you do, or the car is okay in the carport there, that's fine. But the roof and such as that. So I think what we're probably going to end up doing here, according to the board, whatever they say, is you're going to have, because this is a fine hearing now, so you're going to be giving a period of time to get it finished, or there could be a fine, and we don't really want to do that.
Yeah, I don't want to do that either. Right?
No, but I mean, we have no alternative. We have to make a decision to do something.
Your neighbors have been looking at this since, my guess is 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Well, not all that. All that other stuff wasn't there. Just the roof was unrepaired.
You have single-handedly diminished their property value and their ability to sell their homes. It's not a joke.
I understand
It's
that.
not a laughing
I'm not
matter.
here because it is a joke, and I'm not thinking it is a joke. Okay, I understand that. And if I could have got the roof fixed, I wouldn't be living like that because I don't normally live like that.
Well, it's been there for a while.
Well, you've lived there like that for 4 years at least.
I understand that. I just
Yeah.
told. Okay, yes, ma'am. You're correct.
And then, defaulted on your fine here, on your violation hearing, so you were automatically found in violation. So now we're at a fine hearing. It's no longer a debate that you are in or out of violation. You are in violation.
So we're looking for.
So
a
you're
motion
looking
of
at a
some
lot
kind.
of money.
Well, I would like to have a little time to get everything else cleaned up, and then I'll get my roof. I have
These
to get-
employees would have liked a telephone call that you were going to be out of town on the day you were supposed to be here.
I'm sorry, I have been hacked with my bank account, I've been hacked with my email, and it's like I've been out of town on emergency medical.
Okay, so 60 days?
Yes, sir.
60 days.
Yes, sir.
Will that do it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. We're looking for a motion, please.
I hereby move in reference to case number 2503-114695 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violations and any previous violations, we make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting October the 1st, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed $5,000.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Mr. Waters. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. Okay, sir, you've got till October, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, then. Have a great day. All right. Continued from January 8, 2025, number 2, case number 2405113-047, I believe is going to be Ms. Paula?
Yeah, we're going to request for 113-047-5920 with Port Will Lane. We're requesting a continuation till the February 4th, 2026 fine hearing.
Okay.
So moved.
Can we have a motion on that, please?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Is that okay, Jack? That's okay? Okay.
Very good.
All right, now we are on number 3, case number 2504114-824-38 Southeast Gasparilla Avenue. Evelyn Daniel? Nobody here? Josh?
Yes, sir. For the record, I am submitting 4 photos dated November 18th, 2024, and 2 new photos dated August 4th, 2025. 388 Southeast Gasparilla Avenue was found in violation of section 7.07.00, failed culvert. A letter was issued by St. Lucie County Engineering Department on January 9th, 2025, and on March 4th, 2025. After receiving no compliance, a notice of violation letter was issued by Code Enforcement on April 9th, 2025, and a notice to appear letter was issued on April 24th, 2025, for the Code Board hearing of June 4th, 2025. At the June 4th, 2025 Code Enforcement hearing, the property was found in violation by default and given until July 4th, 2025 to comply, or a $250 daily fine would be imposed against the property. As of today's date, the property remains in violation, and I've had no contact with the property owner.
I'm sorry, did you say default?
Defaulted, yes.
We're looking for a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I have a motion,
please.
once I find it. I hereby move in reference to case number 2504-114-824 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination after hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation and any previous violations, we make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists starting July the 5th, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed, is this a rental? No. With a maximum fine not to exceed $5,000.
Second.
Okay, second, Mr. Waters, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, like sign. Okay, we're on number 4, case number 2501114-471, 5303 Myrtle Drive, Paul McCarty. Josh, please.
Yes, sir. For the record, I am resubmitting 15 photos dated January 30th, 2025. 1 video from the same date, January 30th, 2025. I'm also submitting 2 new photos dated August 4th, 2025. 5303 Myrtle Drive was found in violation of section 130801, pest infestation, insects and rodents, 130900, chain link fence and wooden fence in disrepair, 3826 outside storage, 3826 unserviceable vehicles, and 3897 overgrowth. A notice of violation letter was issued January 31st, 2025, and after receiving no compliance, a notice to appear letter was issued on April 10th, 2025 for the Code Board hearing of May 7th, 2025. At the May 7th, 2025 Code Enforcement hearing, the property was found in violation. The property owner was present, and he was given until July 2nd, 2025 to comply, or a $250 daily fine would be imposed. As of today's date, the property remains in violation. I had initial contact with the property owner, but I have not heard from him in a while.
All right. Ms. Monahan?
Mr. Chairman, I hereby move in reference to case number 2501-114471 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation and the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation and any previous violations, we make the following determination. A fine of $5,000. No. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists starting July the 3rd, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed $5,000.
It says 10,000.
I think we're asking for 10.
All right, I move the maximum fine of $10,000.
Second.
Second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
You haven't done anything.
Okay. All right, we're going to number 5, case number 24111142225. Ashley Healy. Anybody representing Ashley Healy?
Elisa.
I think that's
Excuse me, Elisa Healy?
Stuff right there.
That must be you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
I'm her brother-in-law.
All right. You're the representative. You're the brother-in-law.
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
Filippo Panarello, 8832 First T Road, Portsmouth City, 3 Frontenacs.
Raise your right hand.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to hear from staff. We'll be right with you. Ms. Moisey, good morning.
Good morning. For the record, I am resubmitting one photo dated November 27, 2024, and one photo dated March 3, 2025. I am submitting one photo dated August 4, 2025. This case was brought before the March 5, 2025 Code Board meeting. At the March 5, 2025 Code Board meeting for Section 11.05.01, Building and Sign Permits to please obtain a permit for the renovations being done to the interior of the home to include electrical, plumbing, and mechanical. Section 11.05.01, Building and Sign Permits to please obtain a permit for the work being done to the pool. A notice of violation was issued on November 27, 2025, with a correction date of December 11, 2024. After getting no compliance, a notice to appear was issued and posted on the property on February 13, 2025. At the March 5, 2025 Code Board meeting, the owner's brother-in-law was present. The board made a decision to continue the case to the June 4, 2025 Code Board meeting. At the June 4, 2025 Code Board meeting, the owner was not present. The case was found in default and given a default compliance date of July 4, 2025. A permit is required for the ductwork, and that is the only remaining violation. I have had contact with the owner's brother-in-law as of August 5th, 2025. The property remains in violation.
Okay, thank you very much. So it's still in violation, and you know you are at a fine hearing here today.
Yes.
I know. Do you realize that? Okay, very good. And it because this was back in November of 24 when
Yes.
it was served. Okay, November 24, and we're coming up to November 25 here very shortly.
Yes, sir.
You know,
and what happened
and
with...
it,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What happened with the mechanical is I was under the impression that this gentleman that we hired was going to take care of it. And yes, and it never got taken care of. That's why I'm here today is we just signed with another AC company to take care of it, and they're working on it literally 2 days ago, and I am
Did they get permits? Did they
He's
do
in
it?
the process of doing it. He's extremely busy, but he didn't pull it yet.
Okay.
He's trying to get it pulled as soon as possible.
Well, I don't know what the thing is, but waiting this long till the horse is already out of the stall, kind of like. If they will.
There's no work. There has been no new AC unit put in yet either, though. So
All right. Well, it's just a violation.
Is this the
Anyway,
only picture?
board members.
Is this the only picture?
The previous pictures applied to other violations. This is the
Okay,
only.
so that's the only one.
Correct. It's regarding the ductwork.
And that's like
There
9.
was other violations.
The
No recent
violations,
pictures?
recent photos, it should be one of what the home currently looks like.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, but that's not of where was the,
The only new work that was done to the home was painted on the outside. The renovations were mainly done on the interior of the home, where there was electrical work done, permitting work, some building alterations, which they did successfully obtain those
All right,
permits.
so it's a violation.
it was just. I just left it in the hands of the wrong company to help me out. And
Okay. All right. Very good. Well,
May I ask a question?
Yes,
So
sir.
other permits were pulled. You're just down to the mechanical permit
sir.
for the duct, which can take some time. If you pull the other permits and the house looks good, I'm inclined to make a motion that will fine you, but it will give you some time to get it done before this fine starts.
Okay, sir.
With that being said, I hereby move in reference to case number 241114225 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following termination. After hearing the facts of the case testimony, excuse me, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violations, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation and any previous violations, we make the following determination. A fine of up to $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting November 5th, 2025. With the maximum fine not to exceed $5,000.
Second.
okay. Second one, Mr. Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So you've been extended just a little bit, but there is going to be a fine there if you don't get it done.
Before the
date. I'll
Yeah,
move the date
yeah.
forward for you so you don't have to pay a fine. As long
Thank
as
you,
you
sir.
get that permit in your hand, you're good to go.
Thank you, guys. You guys ever have a great day.
Okay. Have a great day. Thank you very much. Number 6, case number 24121143330, 1703 Behrens Road, Nobia M. Gomez, Vienda. Is that correct? Did I get close?
You never disappoint, Ralph.
Good morning. That is Nobel Gamez. She's the owner. She couldn't be here today. My name is Israel Garcia. Address 9225 100th Avenue, Vero Beach, Florida 32967. And I'm the general contractor on this project.
You are.
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been on this general
he's got to
contractor?
be sworn in first.
Well, yeah. Let me go ahead and get you sworn in.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I took this project in January, I believe.
Okay. In January of this year?
This year.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So, all right. Just hold on. We're going to hear from staff. We'll be right with you. Miss Moisey, please.
Yes, sir. For the record, I am resubmitting 8 photos dated December 14, 2023 from a previous case number, 112193, which shows what the structure previously looked like. 21 photos dated December 26, 2024, which shows what the structure looks like completely renovated. 1 photo dated March 3, 2025. I am submitting 2 photos dated August 4, 2025, and a copy of the property appraiser's record card, which shows the home is a 2-bedroom and 1-bathroom home. This case was brought before the March 5th, 2025 Code Board meeting for Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits, to please obtain a permit for the new roof. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits, to please obtain a permit for the stucco work. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for any openings that were enclosed on the structure. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the additional bathroom. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the new doors. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the new water heater. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the installation of the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the electrical work. Section 13.08.01, Standard Housing Code, Section 604.3, Electrical Hazard System. The electrical systems, such as the mast and meter pad, are unsafe. Please hire a licensed contractor to repair. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the drywall work. Section 11.051, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the additional bedrooms. Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the plumbing work. A notice of violation was issued on December 27, 2024, with a correction date of January 10, 2025. After getting no compliance, a notice to appear was issued on January 29, 2025 for the March 5, 2025 Code Board meeting. At the March 5, 2025 Code Board meeting, the owner and her contractor were present. The board found the property in violation and gave a compliance date of July 2, 2025. On February 19, 2025, permit number BLDR-2502-008271 was filed and is still in review. I've had contact with the owner and her contractor. As of August 5, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Okay, dear, thank you very much. So, sir, obviously you did apply for a permit. Did you do that, or was it done?
No, I did that.
You did that,
Yes.
okay. And Mr. Durden, can you tell us on that where we're at?
And yet you continued the rehab without the permit in hand.
Yeah, the permit was applied for back on, hang on, gotta put my eyeballs on. 2/19/25, the last correspondence going back for the plan review was done on 3/10/2025. That was the last correspondence that has come in for this permit.
March, okay. March 10th.
And there she
Okay.
was.
All right, sir, so,
Well, there were some comments that had to be addressed, product approvals, energy calculations, subcontractor affidavits. I have all that. City is also requiring either a permit or a letter for the septic, since there was 2 bedrooms added to this property. So I needed a site plan for it as well. I got the site plan back April 30th. I submitted May 6th to the Health Department, St. Lucie County, to get a permit. It was denied. It had some comments. I responded to those comments. I got that comments letter on June 4th. So the comments were addressed. It was submitted June 19th. Till this day, I do not have a permit. I don't know if they're backed up or not. I spoke to Ryan yesterday with the Health Department. He said he would look into it, see if he could get it issued either yesterday or today. And that's where I stand.
Okay,
So
well-
once I get that permit, everything gets submitted again through the board.
well, as you know, today's the violation day. I mean, it is the fine day for this. And I know what you're trying to do and get it done as soon as you can. But then on the other side of that, the back side of this, if you took it over in January, you said, or something like that?
It was,
all that,
it was
so-
like the 25th of
Yeah.
January when I came
And
in
then you
contact
did
with
work without a permit going forward? Is that correct? Because the way the looks and everything that's inside here, is that correct?
That was already done before I even took this case. So this is an after the fact permit.
Okay, all right, so.
Who did the work?
Friends of theirs. So I
Okay.
had to get an engineer. He had to look at what was done. I have a letter from him.
Okay,
Is this a rental property?
It will be a rental property, yes.
You know, I guess we don't have time for me to pontificate on
no,
this,
that's not, we're almost at
but
the end.
this
Let's-
kind of stuff makes me crazy.
Well, you have the option. Here you are, we're here, we need a motion on this, and,
Then I shall do so if you
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
mind. I hereby move in reference to case number 2412-114330 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff, that the violation still exists, and having, you know what, I gotta stop for a minute. I have a question.
Yes,
Have you done any work on this? You
I
or your?
have not.
What about the people you employ as a general contractor? Have you overseen any work on this at all?
Well, it's all covered up. All I can see is tile and drywall.
No, I know. Have you or your people done any work on this, or it was all done prior to you coming on
It was
board?
done prior.
And the only thing you have done is get in touch with the health department?
Health department, I have plans from an engineer. He inspected the home. He inspected
Okay.
electrical plumbing.
That's the
it.
only thing?
That's it.
All right, I'll go back to where I was. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation and any previous violations, we make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting July the 3rd, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed $15,000.
Second.
There's a second by Mr. Taylor. There's a question. Anybody have any
I-
questions?
I can't support that.
Okay.
If we move the date forward and this got resolved, starting to define July 3rd, I know we've got a timeline running here. I'd like to be somewhere more reasonable. I know they've transgressed, but the house notably is coming up more to community standards, and I just,
You don't know that. You don't know what's behind those walls.
well, I can see from this picture here, it's improving, and I just have a hard time being that harsh.
I don't, because that's what's making it so difficult for the citizens here who want to do it correctly and try to get a permit.
I get it.
We get pulled through the keyhole because of this kind of project.
Well, can I say something? Yes, they did do work. I mean, they did a renovation. There was a case.
They not only did a renovation, they did an addition.
Well, they converted space. They didn't do an addition. That space was not air conditioned. They did not add any square footage to it. They just converted the square footage into air conditioned. So that's what converted
That's
2 extra bedrooms.
adding. Continue.
And I agree, but I mean, we have been working with the health department for more than 2 months for a permit. I asked for a little bit more time, maybe 60 days. If they issue the permit today or this week, I mean, everything gets submitted.
We're already in the middle of a motion, sir.
Okay.
So we can't go ahead and.
I
do
can
that.
adapt my motion.
Okay.
Could you just
You want to
adjust your July
Adjust your
3rd date?
motion?
I'll adapt my motion and my emotion.
Okay.
How much time are you thinking you need?
Jack, she's staying with you.
60 days. I mean, it takes what the building.
They've already
department-
had 60, you said, at the health department, have they not?
Yes.
Okay, and you need an additional 60 for their work?
No, for me to pull a permit.
How many months do you want, Mr. Waters? Sorry, I'm blank.
That's all right. I mean, if he had 30 or 60 more days for paperwork to be done, I just hated to see a large amount put on, just making it totally impossible and starting to find, I
Well,
thought
they've
that
got
was.
significantly more than 15,000 in it.
No, I agree with that, but once he's pulled a permit, he can
Okay.
make it really nice, so.
So what date do you want?
Sometime in September.
How about the 30th?
I love it.
All right, I will adapt my motion to say after September 30th, 2025.
And
the
I will
fine
second that
starts.
motion.
Okay, so the
Staff okay
motion
with
is
that?
going to be.
No objection.
The adjusted motion is going to be September 30th, correct?
September 30th, 2025.
Okay,
It
not to
will start.
exceed,
$15,000.
okay? All right?
I'm sick of people building without a
Okay.
permit.
Do I hear, is there a second on it?
I'll
Already
second.
on it? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose like sign. Okay, sir,
I thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan.
I'd start calling them every day.
Jack, two more. Number 7, 2503-114-722-508 North 44th Street, National Debt Relief Services, Inc. Is there anybody there from there? Okay. Ms. Boise?
For the record, I am submitting 14 photos dated January 31st, 2024, one photo dated June 2nd, 2025, and one photo dated August 4th, 2025. This case was brought before the June 4, 2025 Code Board meeting for Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the renovations done to the structure in the back of the property by contacting the permitting department. A notice of violation was issued on March 24, 2025, with a correction date of April 7, 2025. After getting no compliance, a notice to appear was issued for the June 4, 2025 Code Board meeting on April 25, 2025. At the June 4, 2025 Code Board meeting, the owner was not present. The case was found in default and given a default compliance date of July 4, 2025. Permit number BL-25-25-008675 was filed on April 7, 2025, which is still in review. I have had contact with Latasha, who is the representative for the property. As of August 5th, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir, please.
I hereby move in reference to case number 2503-114-722, that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination after hearing the facts of this case, testimony, and the report of the staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violations and any previous violations, we make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists starting July 5th, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed $10,000.
Second.
Second by Mr. Taylor, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Aye, pose like sign. Okay, number 8, case number 2503-114-752, 4703 Magnolia Drive, April Badenhoff. Badenhoff. Anybody representing? Okay, Ms. Moisey?
Yes, for the record, I am submitting 2 photos taken on March 29, 2025, one photo dated June 2, 2025, one photo dated August 4, 2025. a copy of the property appraiser's record card photo taken on September 18, 2021, which shows what the structure previously looked like. This case was brought before the June 4, 2025 Code Board meeting for Section 11.05.01, building and sign permits to please obtain a permit for the renovations in new windows. A notice of violation was issued on April 2nd, 2025, with a correction date of April 16th, 2025. After getting no compliance, a notice to appear was issued for the June 4th, 2025 Code Board meeting on April 22nd, 2025. At the June 4th, 2025 Code Board meeting, the owner was not present. The case was found in default and given a default compliance date of July 4th, 2025. Permit number BLDR-2505-008996 was filed on May 16, 2025 for the new windows, and permit number BLDR-25-009572 was filed on July 30th, 2025 for the siding installation on the exterior of the structure. Both permits are still in review. I have had contact with the owner in the past. As of August 5th, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Hereby move in reference to case number 2503114752 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination after hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation and any previous violations, we make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists starting July 5th, 2025, with a maximum not to exceed $5,000.
Second.
Second by Mr. Taylor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I oppose.
Okay. All right.
Is that a tie vote?
Yeah, let's call the roll on that one.
Okay,
Madam
let's call the roll,
Secretary.
please, on that last one.
Mrs. Monahan?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fogg?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Waters?
Yes, ma'am, and Ms. Monahan, you didn't voice anything under a second. Is there a particular reason for the opposition?
I think that she should have been given a little bit more time.
Okay.
But the motion carries.
Well, it's
But
carried.
the motion carried. Where did I
Okay,
hear a
so,
second? Somebody said.
Yes.
I
Yes.
thought it was a tie.
No, the motion carried.
Did you hear a voice say?
I heard something in the background.
I did as
That's
well.
why I said we should call the roll.
Okay. Yeah, we
call the roll,
And
so
there's
it
no mistaking now what happened.
Okay.
You're getting closer.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Number 9. We're talking 2503-114-678, 3601 Avenue West, Fort Pierce, Florida, Florida Housing and of Florida LLC. And I believe this is Mr. Hatfield's property. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Please state your name and address.
Dallas Wesley, 3245 Vernon Street.
Okay, and
Deidre Kidwell.
speak in the microphone.
Deidre Kidwell, 5804 Winter Garden Parkway, Fort Pierce, Florida.
Okay.
You both agree? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to hear with staff. We'll be right back with you. Ms. Best, please.
Yes, sir. For the record, I am resubmitting 4 photos dated March 13, 2025, 2 photos dated March 18, 2025, 4 photos dated April 16, 2025, 1 photo dated April 10, 2025, 1 photo dated June 2nd, 2025, 2 photos dated July 1st, 2025, 1 photo taken July 16th, 2025, 1 photo taken July 18th, 2025, 1 photo taken July 28th, 2025. 4 photos taken August 5th, 2025, and 1 aerial photo taken August 5th, 2025. During my inspection, I found the property located at 3601 Avenue S to be in violation of 38-97, prohibited acts, excessive growth of grass. Section 13.08.01, Standard Housing Code, Section 304, exterior structure. Please contact permitting department to obtain a permit to repair roof. At the June 4th, 2025 Code Board hearing, the owner was present, the property owner was present, and the board made a decision to continue the case to July 2nd, 2025 Code Board hearing. After getting no compliance, a certified notice to appear for the July 2nd Code Board meeting was issued on June 9th, 2025 for the July 2nd, 2025 Code Board meeting. Code Board meeting was canceled July 2nd, 2025, and a new certified notice to appear for the August 6th, 2025 Code Board hearing was issued and posted June 26, 2025. I have remained in contact with the property manager. As of August 5th, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Okay, thank you very much. So the property remains in violation, okay? And can I want to ask a question for the board and for those that are involved in this is, do you have a reason why they haven't done anything here? You're the property manager, correct?
Yes.
Have you spoken to the owner and asked why this hasn't been taken care of?
Mr. Hatfield is fully aware of what is going on.
He is?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
I have got him about 5 roof estimates now to have the roof repaired. I have one here in front of me. It's from All Area Roofing. It's a little over $8,000 for a brand new metal roof. Mr. Hatfield has agreed finally to replace the roof. He wants to replace it with a metal roof. I reached out to the owner of All Area Roofing. They want 40% down. That's kind of where we're having an issue right now. Mr. Hatfield believes he is very well known, and he doesn't believe that the owner of the roofing company should not trust him and that he will pay them. So that's the issue right now.
Okay, but because today you're here in front of a fine hearing, and you understand what the fine hearing is.
I understand, and both of us have made him very aware. I also had tree people come out and give him estimates, that's in here too, to have the property cleaned up.
Who's in charge of mowing?
We go through a lot of people. They don't choose to stick around. They don't really agree with his pricing.
I understand. Okay. very
Mr.
good.
Chair, I have a motion.
Mr. Taylor has a motion.
Oh, yes. I have a motion. I hereby move in reference to case number 2503-114678 that the Code Enforcement Board make the following determination. After hearing the facts of this case, testimony, and the report of staff, that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation and any previous violation, we make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting July 3rd, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed $30,000.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion. And a second by Mr. Taylor?
Yep.
You stunned me, Mr.
All right,
Waters.
sir. Very good.
You
And that,
stunned me.
I'm going to call a question on this, and that this would, let's see, this, okay, very good. I'm going to call roll call, please, on this.
Okay, Mrs. Monahan.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fox.
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the motion passes. Unfortunately, I know obviously the owner of the property is concerned about money on the roof. Well, I think he just spent it. He doesn't probably realize that yet. So, and sir, I know that in the early part of the day, you know, you were here about this location. That's why I asked why he hadn't done anything. So please take this with you, you know, in your mindset. This is what we're trying to do to try to manifest. And that's the end of the story.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if I do get him to go through with having this roof replaced, does the fine stop?
No.
No.
Okay.
And the reason it didn't stop because he didn't do anything way back,
I understand.
which he had an opportunity to do that, you know. And I know he's well known. He's from the area and such as that.
If I may, it's not exactly true. If the roof is fixed and the yard is mowed and the trees trimmed and it's done, the fine does stop. But it started on July at $250 per day. So for every day you can get it done, you can save yourself some money out of 30 grand, you know. But the clock's ticking pretty hard on you.
No, I understand. Okay,
All right.
so once,
He can get that stopped if he got,
if
you
we
know,
come into compliance.
come into compliance, and then that does stop it. But it's $250 every day.
I've been trying to
Okay,
explain that.
and we understand money moves him.
I know.
Okay?
And he has to mow and maintain the property and keep it mowed and maintained, including all the overgrowth of those trees.
So thank you very, very much for coming. I know it's been, you had to wait a long time with little one and such as that, but we appreciate it.
What a
And Sarah,
good baby.
thank you for your input on that really. And I hope that helps. Okay? Okay, guys, now we're going to go into a different situation here. We're hearing a reconsideration of, there's none, repeat violations, none, referral to the Board of County Commissioners, none, fine reduction, none, other business. So, staff's business.
No, there's lien amnesty program.
There is a lien amnesty program.
Whatever that
Yes. The Board of County Commissioners was able to extend the lien amnesty program through
Okay.
the end of September.
To the end of September.
For citizens.
Can you delete this eyesore from my view? The computer picture of Mr. Hatfield's not
I
here.
certainly would
Thank
love
you.
to. Thank you.
Okay, all right, and so that's in September, and then everything is going forward, and you're aware of the people that we'll do that next time. People aren't going to be available later in this year.
Yeah.
You're aware of that, and all that, and you probably want to discuss that, I'm sure.
Yes.
With whatever, with Jeannie and all the other things.
Okay.
And so, staff business, is there anything other than that?
I have nothing else to report.
Okay, so at this time, for all of you sitting out there, don't get excited. You said, I'm going to adjourn this part of the meeting with the board, and the magistrate will take over.
We done?
Yeah. We're done.
The special magistrate hearings will begin at 11:45.
Okay.
Good morning. We will convene the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing for August 6, 2025. I'm Jack Krieger, and I have been appointed the Special Magistrate for St. Lucie County Code violations. We will start with case number 1, but before we do that, we're going to swear in everybody, all the officers once more who will be testifying at this special magistrate hearing.
Please state your name.
William Durden. Oscar Moreira.
Paula Guy.
Sandra Lanise. Merlin DuBois.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. We will begin with case number 2311, 112082. Location of violation 4788 North US Highway 1 in Fort Pierce. The property owner is Indrio 1 LLC. Is anybody here? Please approach. State your name for the record, your address, and be sworn in.
Good morning, staff and magistrate. My name is George David. My address is 330 Anchor Row, Placida, Florida, 33946.
You please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Staff, present your case.
For the record, I am resubmitting 6 photos dated November the 15th, 2023, 3 photos dated April the 1st, 2024, 6 photos dated September 30th, 2024, 2 photos dated January the 25th, 2025, 4 photos dated January the 31st, 2025, and I'm resubmitting 1 aerial photo from the property appraiser website. I'm submitting 2 photos dated June 23rd, 2025, 11 photos dated June 27, 2025, and 7 photos dated August 4th, 2025. This case was brought to the April 3rd, 2024 court board meeting for the following violations. Section 13.09.00, Exterior Property Maintenance Code. Section 303.2, please repair the holes on the wall throughout the entire structure. Section 13.08.01, Standard Housing Code. Section 305, Interior Structures, please repair the walls in disrepair. Section 304, Standard Housing Code. Section 304, Exterior Structure, the roof must be in good repair and structurally sound. Please obtain a permit to repair the roof. And Section 13.09.00, Exterior Property Maintenance Code. Section 303.2, Protected Treatment, please obtain a permit to repair the corrosion on the walls. At the April 3rd, 2024 court board hearing, the contractor was present, and the board made a decision to continue the case to the October 2nd, 2024 court board meeting. At the October 2nd, 2024 court board meeting, the contractor was present, and the board made the decision to continue the case to the March 5th, 2025 court board hearing. At the March 5th, 2025 court board hearing, the contractor was present, and the board made the decision to postpone the case to the July 2nd, 2025 court board hearing. After the July 2nd, 2025 court board hearing was canceled, a certified notice to appear for the August 6th, 2025 court board hearing was issued and posted June 26, 2025. I have remained in contact with the owner and contractor. Permit BLDC-2309-00162 was issued for alterations on the structure. As of August 4, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Thank you, Mr. David. Any comments? State your case.
The purpose of my being here today is, number one, to represent the owners of the property, which is Indra 1. Also, to update the staff, and Mr. Durden is well aware of what's going on with the property at the moment. So to keep it short, we've had numerous meetings with building department, planning and zoning department, and we've come to a determination that the owners of the property want to move forward to preserve the integrity of the property. There's two factors in play. One is occupancy, and the other one is the integrity of the building, the upkeep of the building, which is the envelope, basically. And there's two different portions of the building code that apply to, one is the structure, and then the other one is the actual use of the building. So looking at the problem at hand, which is the code violation, we were having an issue with it as time went by, as we were pulling permits to correct the problems that were part of the code violation. They weren't comprehensive enough to cover the whole facility, because the whole facility over years had been neglected, and therefore the items that affected one part of it affected a lot of it, most of it. So what we did was we revamped our drawings through the mutual agreement with the building department, stating that we were going to approach this as an exterior repair of the building, as we did not have an occupant in the building and we weren't intending to occupy the building at this time. We were just trying to come up with a solution to the code enforcement issue, that we're going to approach the first phase into two phases. The first phase of it was to get the outside skin of the building intact and in good shape, which would be the wall panels, the roof panels, doors, openings, enclosure, whatever's involved in that, through a repair permit, which would have nothing to do with the overall use of the building. Use of the building would be regulated by zoning and occupancy codes and things like that, fire safety. We've come to that point now where we now have a comprehensive permit to deal with all of the items that are affecting the issues with the code case, and that has just been done between the last meeting and this hearing today. In that time, we made some minimal progress, which is on the northwest corner wall of this building, which would be representational of what the entire facility will end up looking like once this permit is completed and approved. So if you look at that section, I don't know how good, my eyes are kind of bad, but if you look at that section, the wall right there compared to the rest of the facility, a lot of these are older photographs before we started any work on the property, but most of the effort that we've been making has been to repair the glaring issues with it, which we did do some work fixing some stem walls and wall panels and things like that. And then now that same wall that we originally pulled our permit on, we then went further and we patched all the little holes, screwed it down tight, got it all cleaned up, painted it and cleaned it up, and that was our representation as to what, once we completed our task to go around the entire property, the whole property would end up in that condition as a result, which should, I don't know 100%, it should satisfy the code enforcement department, as I met with the officer the other day on site about this. He says, I can't tell the future, but it looks good to me if you keep going. You know, you should get to the bottom of this thing.
Realistically,
I'm sorry.
realistically, when do you believe you will become in compliance with the code violations before us today?
Okay, so that being said,
And I
we-
know, you know, and I know this matter's been continued several times, and the original notice of violation was issued almost 2 years ago.
Right.
So, I mean, we gotta move this thing.
No, I understand that, and that's why we're doing what we're doing to expedite it out. So if we would have had to go through, I don't want to go backwards. Our permit that we have in hand is good for 180 days, and not now. We've been about a month into it now. So we would like to try to get it done before that, obviously. We've got active equipment and crews up there working to complete the task in hand, which is what's permitted on our construction drawings. So I would say we would be able to complete it on or before 180 days.
Thank you. Any other comments from staff?
No, sir.
Comments from anybody else with regard to this matter?
I would like to know when the permit expires.
I think they just had an inspection, which I think that passed. I gotta figure out which one was the last one.
And just for clarification of the order, if the permits have been issued, I don't think that the order should reflect that the respondent get a permit. It would just be the outstanding International Property Maintenance Code violations.
It looks like the expiration date is 1/21/26.
And that covers everything that is in violation at this point?
No, I don't. To answer that question, I would have to go back through the plans, but I don't think it covers everything like the roofing and on the main structure up near US 1, that would have to be probably permitted separately because of the type of material that's on it.
Well, no, it is part of, I spoke with MJ about that, and it's kind of I don't know what that roof is. It was built just kind of on its own with there's no NOA or no assembly or no RAS form or anything for it. So our solution to that problem was if we could coat it, it's not leaking, but if we could coat it, we would do so just to clean it up and get it to where it's not blowing off in a storm. So MJ's response to that was, I want an uplift test done on it, and if it passes, then I'll let you coat it. If it doesn't pass, you're gonna have to replace the roof with some sort of roof engineering. So that is actually part of this permit that we've got approved, but it hasn't been engineered yet. He's deferred the engineering.
Okay, just to
requirement.
clarify, MJ is the building official, which is,
I'm sorry
he
about
goes
that.
by MJ, his name is Michael Jarahan. So if MJ has given you guidance on what needs to go there, then that would need to be taking place. So if he's telling you to get the engineers pull test on the roof, then that's what needs to happen.
We've already done it.
Okay.
And it failed.
Well, then you need a permit. To me, you would need
But
a permit to
it's,
fix
we
the
have it
roof.
in here, in this plan, it states that we're to provide engineered shop drawings
Okay.
for a new metal roof. It's pretty comprehensive what we have approved. It should cover all your requirements as far as the code violation goes, as far as I know.
Thank you. In reference to case number 2311-112082, I, as magistrate, make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, I determine the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by November 21st, 2025. A fine of up to $250 a day may be imposed. A cost of $200 is being imposed as a cost for prosecuting this case. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month after the date given for compliance at 9:00 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date. Thank you, sir.
Is there, can I offer any? No, that's it.
That's it.
That's the ruling.
That's the ruling.
So
That's 2 years to the day when you were originally cited on this matter.
okay. So so that I'm clear on this, that the work that we have permitted needs to be completed by November 25th.
However you get it done, the code violations have to be abated.
That's what
All right. There will be a fine hearing on this matter, and at that point, probably in the December hearing, if not the January hearing, you can
Okay.
come forward and tell me about the steps that have been taken to alleviate the gravity of the situation.
Okay.
Any additional steps?
Okay.
So no fine has been imposed at this point,
Right.
but it could be
Okay.
near the end of the year.
Okay. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
You're welcome. We have 2 cases that are companions. Case number 2 was removed, and we'll go to cases number 3 and 4. Case 3, 2406-113-113. Location of violation, 6900 Heritage Drive, Port St. Lucie. The tenant is BMAX Tuning. The companion case, number 2406-113-112. Location of violation, 6900 Heritage Drive, Port St. Lucie. Property owner, SLBT Land Holdings, LLC. Anybody here representing those entities? We'll move on. Companion cases 5 and 6. Case number 2502-114-587. Location of violation 7139 South US Highway 1 in Port St. Lucie. The property owner, Port St. Lucie Plaza 1 and 2 and 3 LLC. And the companion case, case number 2502-114-588. Location of violation 7139 South US 1, Port St. Lucie. The tenant at this location, Candy Wonderland, Port St. Lucie, LLC.
Yes, sir. I'm
Yes, sir.
Logan Wellmeyer with the Dean Mead Law Firm here in Fort Pierce, just across 25th Street. I'm here on behalf of Candy Wonderland. I don't know about the companion nature.
We'll hear both cases at this point. Counselor, you don't have to be sworn in, obviously. Staff, state your case.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. For the record, I will be submitting 4 photos, 2 that were taken. Oh, excuse me, I apologize.
Your Honor, I think that the issue is that Candy Wonderland is the companion to 2905. Is that correct? Or is it? Is that correct? Or is Plaza 1, 2, and 3, is that the?
The county code enforcement, if there's a business owner occupant inside the owned building, they both get cited, the tenant as well as the property
Okay, so that is the
owner.
connection between them.
That is the connection
Okay.
of the companionship, yeah. For the record, I am submitting 4 photos, 2 taken February 19th, 2025, 2 taken on August 4th, 2025. There is also an image of the Sunbiz registration for their business of Candy Wonderland. 7139 South US Highway 1 was found in violation of Section 11.05.00, procedure for obtaining development permits. A zoning compliance permit is required for the business to occupy on the property. The notice of violation was issued on February 22nd, 2025, with a correction date by March 10th, 2025. The notice to appear for today's hearing for business owner was delivered via certified mail on June 23rd, 25, and service for the property owner was delivered via certified mail on June 24th, 25. There has been constant communication with the business owner, and the business owner works very closely with Sandra Lanise, the business navigator for the county, and the building official to complete the county requirements for the permit to be approved. And the permit remains under review pending as of today's date. Violation remains in place.
When was the permit applied for?
Sandra?
The zoning compliance application was submitted on March 10th, 2025. In that review, building determined that there had been work done on the interior without benefit of permits, and then they entered into the process of applying for the building permit. And I'm sorry, I don't have the building permit application date in front of me.
And the building permit was applied for on April 7th, 2025.
Counselor.
Yes, sir. The client received their business tax receipt in 2023 because they have about 4 or 5 other locations throughout Florida. They just assumed that that was sort of the last step in the approval process. So they did not seek. They did a build out of the space that they're renting. They did not get a building permit in order to build out. They did not seek a zoning compliance until they received the violation in February. They didn't know anything about it. So as of now, they're currently seeking an after-the-fact building permit. We just got the last sign-off by fire on Friday. However, it got complicated because there's additional requirements per the fire district that my client needs to complete in order to close out the building permit so that they can close out their zoning compliance permit. So we are asking for another, I was going to say 30, but I have it on very good authority. It may take us an additional 60 days in order to accomplish everything requested by fire so that we can close out these permits.
What kind of communication has your client had with the property owner on this matter? I mean,
I
are they
can't
working
answer that, sir.
together, or is there? Was
I
that
hope so.
disclosed? Was that disclosed to them? I mean, obviously, Counselor, you know that there could be something between you and the property owner, your clients, in this matter.
Well, yes, sir. I was just brought on Thursday, so I'm playing a little bit of catch-up. However, that is not an excuse. That is just a reason.
Been there, done that.
That's a little bit of an excuse about why I'm not prepared. But I'm assuming that they are working together.
60 days?
Yes, sir.
Let's see, the violation was issued in February. Notice to appear was issued in June. I think 60 days is reasonable.
No objection.
No objection, Counselor? All right. Let's do this. In reference, first of all, we'll take the property owner as well. In reference to case number 2502-114-587, I, as magistrate, make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, I determine the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by October 15th, a fine of up to $250 per day may be imposed. A cost of $200 is being imposed as the cost for prosecuting this case. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month, after the date given for compliance at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date. That has to do with the property owner. Now let's deal with the tenant. In reference to case 2502-114588, I, as magistrate, make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, I determine the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by October 15th, 2025, a fine of up to $250 per day may be imposed. A cost of $200 has been imposed as the cost for prosecuting this case. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month after the date given for compliance, at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
See you later.
Case number 2503-114748, I believe has been abated.
That is correct.
Thank you. Case number 2504-114835, location of violation. 2 lots east of 3891 St. Lucie Boulevard in Fort Pierce. The property owner in this matter, Solomon Trucking Incorporated. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and address for the record and be sworn in.
Norman Solomon, 517 Southwest Nautical Avenue, Port St. Lucie, Florida, 34984.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I am submitting 2 photos dated March 31st, 2025, 6 photos dated April the 23rd, 2025, 2 photos dated August the 4th, 2025, and 1 aerial photo dated August 4th, 2025, retrieved from the property appraiser website. During my inspection, I found the property located at 2 lots east of 3981 St. Lucie Boulevard to be in violation of Section 11.05.00. Procedure for obtaining a development permit. Please obtain a zoning compliance permit for the storing and parking of commercial vehicles. Section 11.05.06. Notice of vegetation removal application. Please obtain a vegetation removal permit. And Section 42-103. Tax prerequisite to engage in business. Please obtain a business tax receipt license for the business on the property. I issued a notice of violation later on April 11, 2025, and gave a compliance date on April 25th, 2025. After the notice of violation was returned and delivered, a second notice was issued and posted April 23rd, 2025, with a compliance date of May 7, 2025. After getting no compliance, a certified notice to appear for the August 6, 2025 court board meeting was issued on June 10, 2024, and posted July 8, 2025. A vegetation permit VRP 2507-004987 was submitted July the 29th, 2025, and is currently in review. A business zoning compliance ZC-2507-000524 was submitted July the 23rd, 2025, and is currently in review. As of August the 4th, 2025, the property is still in violation.
Thank you. We've heard from the officer in this case. Are there any other staff members who would like to speak with regard to this matter, supporting the county's position?
Good morning, Thondra Lanise, Business Navigator. We have not received an application for either zoning compliance or any other approvals for this site to date. However, I would note that although trucking, warehousing, repair, those kinds of activities are allowed in this zoning district, there are requirements in the Land Development Code that will make it challenging, including most significantly that there is no road access. So that would have to be completed prior to any kind of zoning compliance being issued.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon?
Yes, sir.
Are you in violation?
Well, that's what they said. I bought it. I had a property on Kings Highway, 2200 North Kings Highway. So I had to sold it to the DOT for the expansion of Kings Highway. So I was running my trucking business there I bought it 2017. So I've been there like 6-7 years. So emergency, I got those down there. It's light industrial, just as what it's zoned on Kings Highway. So I didn't know much about roads and all of that. So I went in there, and I bought it clear. So, I'm parking my trucks there. I didn't have no choice because I had to give it up to them last year. Because we actually closed with the DOT 2023. So they gave me 2024. I had to remove everything off the property because the building had to tear down. Then the tornado came in 24 and damaged part of the building. So when was it? This year, I think it was February. The DOT actually demolished the whole property. Took the building down. So I didn't have anywhere to go. So that's why I bought that place down there and trying to park my trucks. Because I'm in trucking business for 22 years. And then now they're saying road. There is a road, but they're trying to say it got to be paved and this. I try to talk to some of the neighbors there, but no one is coming up to, I don't know. I think the county should have maybe, put a road, because they already named the road. So I don't know why the county would want whosoever owned property there to pave road and put drainage and all of that. Nobody want to put any money to do it. And I can't afford to put a road. But there's a access road.
You understand that you're basically operating a business illegally here in St. Lucie County. You understand that? You're violating the law based on the testimony I've heard. And I know that sounds harsh, but that's a fact. And I have to, as a magistrate, uphold the laws of St. Lucie County, Florida.
If we can get some more time where we can, try to fix the problem. I went in and I tried to apply for after-the-fact vegetation removal, permit, business license. I tried to do everything to comply. Because if you do something and you're not aware of what's going on, I've never broken the law, and I'm not trying to break the law.
Right.
I'm trying to do what's right. That's why I'm here. And I told him, and I went online and tried to do all the permits. And after the fact that they said, when the code enforcement came, I said, oh, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that. So I said, okay. Because there was an access road, so, I don't know.
Mr. Krieger?
Yes.
Unfortunately, this is environmentally sensitive land. It has gopher tortoises, it has native scrub, and it also has Florida scrub jay. So because it has all that sensitive land, that means that FWC, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and all that habitat has been disturbed without the proper permits. So they will be getting involved and it has to be brought back to its native habitat. So there'll be a lot of mitigation that has to be done. So that's why we just cannot issue an after-the-fact permit. There's more involved. All these different entities have to be involved as well, statewide.
As you've heard from staff, it's going to be very challenging for you to actually use that land for your business. And frankly, you should have checked it all out before you did that. Just telling you, and it's unfortunate, but I have to apply the law.
Yeah, but if I could get some more time to get everything, where I can have
It's going to take a while. You might want to also start looking at other areas. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if we can get even like a year or so to get it corrected. Because I have a few more lots in the back also. So I don't know, I know the letter here have one for the 6th and one for the 8th. So if I could just address all of these is the same, they're right beside each other, Instead of keep on coming back over the same thing. Because I have 5 different lots.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to see what you say about it. 'Cause
Any other
this one
comments from anybody else?
For the 6th and I have another
There
one
are
for the
several cases in that area. There's been a lot of clearing, and I think I have about 9 parcels. I don't think all of them belong to him, I'm not sure. But they're all different timeframes of when they were observed and researched and notices of violation issued. So as moving forward, if we see some that we can companion together, we would do every effort to do so. But these two, we weren't going to hold these until all the other ones were ready, because this is a serious violation.
It does sound serious to me.
Correct.
In reference to case number 2504-114835, I, as magistrate, make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, I determine the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by October 15th, 2025, a fine of up to $250 per day may be imposed. The cost of $200 is being imposed as the cost for prosecuting this case. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month, after the date given for compliance at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date.
So we could
I
get
wish
more-
you good luck, sir.
We could get them a little more
Good luck, sir.
extension,
I have
a little
ruled.
more time.
I have ruled, my friend. Good luck.
Special measure, there's actually 2 cases for Solomon Trucking.
There is another case?
Correct. It's for the vacant lot on Hawthorne Road. Number 9.
Case number 2506-115121, location of violation, the vacant lot on Hawthorne Road in Fort Pierce. The property owner, Solomon Trucking Incorporated. I believe Mr. Solomon is here and sworn in for this matter as well.
Yes.
Staff, any comments with regard to this case?
Yes.
Mr. Moreira.
Let me read it, sir. Magistrate, for the record, I am submitting one photo dated June 9, 2025, to an aerial photo dated June 10, 2025, retrieved from the property appraiser website. One photo dated April the 25th, 2025. One photo dated July the 2nd, 2025. 4 photos dated August the 4th, 2025. During my inspection, I found the property located at 2 lots east of 3891 St. Lucie Boulevard to be in violation of Section 11.05.00, procedures for obtaining a development permit. Please obtain a zoning compliance permit for the storing and parking of commercial vehicles. Section 11.05.06, notice of vegetation removal application. Please obtain a vegetation removal permit. Section 42-103, payment of tax prerequisite to engage in business. Please obtain a business tax receipt license for the business on the property. I issued a notice of violation letter on July the 2nd, 2025, and gave a compliance date of July 16, 2025. After getting the compliance, a certified notice to appear for the August 6, 2025 Court Board meeting was issued and posted July the 12th, 2024. A vegetation permit, VRP 2507-004, 985 was submitted July the 29th, 2025, and is currently in review. A business owner's compliance, ZC-2507-000524, was submitted July the 23rd, 2025, and is currently in review. As of August 4th, 2025, the property is still in violation.
Thank you. Any other staff member care to comment? Mr. Solomon?
Yes, sir.
Anything else to say on this?
Well, I just gotta do what I have to do until we get it done. If we
You
get
have
some
to
time.
take steps.
Yeah, and there's also another 2 pieces in the back that's not using right now, but I
Doesn't
don't-
look good. Some of those pictures don't look good. I got to be very honest. As a
Yeah, but what we
longtime
need-
resident of St. Lucie County, I got to tell you, it doesn't look good, and the laws have to be abided by. If we do not enforce laws,
Yeah, but-
we have a lawless society. You're operating a business illegally, sir.
So what we
Thank
need
you.
to do to get it up and running legally?
You need to do it.
It's
You need to
zoned.
follow the law. You
It's
need to
zoned.
work with staff.
I am. I did all the permits now.
That's fine.
When they
Try to
came.
expedite everything you can,
Mm-hmm.
and then at some point, you'll come back during the fine hearing, because you're not being fined today.
Okay.
You can come back during the fine hearing, you can explain to me and to staff what steps you've taken constructively to rectify these violations. Okay?
Okay.
In reference to case number 2506, 115121, I, as magistrate, make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the recommendation of staff with regard to the existence of a violation, I determine the violation in fact did occur and the alleged violator committed the violation. An order of enforcement is warranted. If the order of enforcement is not complied with by October 15th, 2025, a fine of up to $250 per day may be imposed. Another cost of prosecution is being imposed here for $200 for this violation. Please take notice that on the first Wednesday of the month after the date given for compliance, at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter, as may be heard, a fine hearing will be held if the violation is not abated by the given compliance date. Good luck, sir. Case number 2504-114956 has been removed.
That's correct.
Case number 2505-115002 has been removed by staff.
Correct.
Case number 2506-115154 has been removed.
Correct.
I believe there were 2 cases that did not show as far as the violations are concerned. Sound the halls for case number 2406-113-113, 69 Heritage Drive, Port St. Lucie. That's the location of the violation. The tenant B-Max Tuning, are they here? No. And then we have Case number 2406-113-112. Same location, 6900 Heritage Drive in Port St. Lucie. Property owner SLBT Land Holdings LLC. Are they here? I believe those are the only two no-shows as far as the special magistrate hearing is concerned for violation hearings, correct?
That is correct. Special measure.
Yes.
I've just got an update that the first number one for the 275 Cocoa Road is present for the fine hearings.
Okay, for the fine hearings.
Yes, sir.
Let's deal with the defaults at this point. Let me just make a ruling on the defaults. In reference to the cases that I just read into the record, I, as magistrate, enter an order finding these alleged violators are in default, as they did not appear to protest the violations against them. And I adopt the recommendations of staff as set forth on the agenda. Okay. We'll move now to the fine hearings. You indicated, Ms. Guy, that number one case, they're here?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Okay. This case has been continued from the July 3rd, 2024 hearing and from the March 5th, 2025 hearings. This is case number code 2309-111632. Location of violation, 275 West Coker Road, Fort Pierce. Property owner, Perfect Freight Incorporated. Please state your name and your address and get sworn in.
My name is Giselle Valdez. The address is 275 West Coker Road, Fort Pierce, Florida, 34953.
You please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you going to be speaking as well, or just him?
She's going to be interpreters.
Interpreters should be sworn in.
Just in
Should be
case.
sworn in as well.
Please state your name and address.
Dory Awera Mahoney?
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Moyes,
Yes, sir.
you're up.
For the record, I am resubmitting 2 photos dated September 11, 2023, 1 photo dated September 15, 2023, 3 photos dated January 30th, 2024, 2 photos dated February 5th, 2024, 2 photos dated February 26, 2024, 1 photo dated March 4th, 2024, 1 photo dated June 7th, 2024, 1 photo dated July 1st, 2024, 3 photos dated March 3rd, 2025. I am submitting 2 photos dated June 23rd, 2025, 1 photo dated August 4th, 2025, and Google Earth screenshots from 2016, 2017, 2019, 2021, 2022, and 2023. This case was brought before the February 7, 2024 Code Board meeting for Section 11.05.01, Building and Sign Permits, to please obtain a permit for the small structure on the south side of the property. Section 11.00.05, Procedure for obtaining development permits, to please obtain a zoning compliance for the business on the property. A notice of violation was issued on September 12, 2023, with a correction date of September 26, 2023. After getting no compliance, a notice to appear was issued on November 28, 2023, for the February 7, 2024 Code Board meeting. At the February 7, 2024 Code Board meeting, the owner was present, and the board made a decision to continue the case to the March 6, 2024 Code Board meeting. At the March 6, 2024 Code Board meeting, the owner was present. The board found the property in violation and gave a compliance date of June 5, 2024. The violations were not corrected by the given date. Therefore, the case went before the July 3, 2025 fine hearing meeting. July 3rd, 2024 fine hearing meeting. At the July 3rd, 2024 fine hearing meeting, the owner was present. The board made a decision to continue the case to the March 5th, 2024 fine hearing meeting. At the, March 5th, 2025 fine hearing meeting. At the March 5th, 2025 Code Board meeting, the owner was present. The board made a decision to continue the case to the July 2nd, 2025 fine hearing meeting. Due to the cancellation of that meeting, Code Enforcement Board, the case was rescheduled for the August 6, 2025 fine hearing meeting. Permit number BLDR-2405-002500 was filed on May 28, 2024. The permit is still in review. A zoning compliance ZC-2502-000-454 was filed on February 14, 2025, and is still in review. Through further investigation, I found in the year of 2016 and 2017, the lot was completely empty, which is shown on screenshots GE 2016 and GE 2017. At that time, the owner was Mr. Healy. Mr. Healy sold the property to Mr. Varn on April 13, 2018. Mr. Varn was the owner of Varn Citrus, which was an ag-related business. Screenshots GE 2019 and GE 2021. The 2021 screenshot was taken in January of 2021, which are screenshots of the property when Mr. Varn was the owner. The screenshots show storage of open trailers that are commonly used in ag-related businesses to haul citrus. On May 24, 2021, Mr. Varn sold the property to Perfect Freight, who is now the current owner. Screenshots GE 2022 and GE 2023. You will see the storage of commercial vehicles and commercial closed trailers. Based on my findings, the current use is not a continued use as stated in the previous meeting held on March 5th, 2025. In addition, the current use is not allowed in Ag 1 zoning. Therefore, the owner will need to cease operation. I have had contact with the owner. As of August 5th, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Any other staff comments? Sir, you've already been found in violation by the Code Enforcement Board. You're here today with regard to a fine being imposed. Why haven't you come into compliance with the order that was issued by this board?
I want to say that finally I start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's been a long journey, But a part of the thing that has to do right here is really good to mention. It's not on me. One other simple thing I need to continue forward with any processes is to find a company, make a survey to my property, which has been a nightmare. It's not an excuse. No one is interested or no one has the time. Almost basically 2 years. I went to San Luis County all the way down to Miami, and no one is interested and no one has the time. Finally, the good news in that, I have Alexander Piazza. It's a company of surveyors in San Luis County that start working on it in my property. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the right time. It took a lot of time, but this is the real life. To continue forward with anything right here, I'm dependent also for that. So this is something that I'm moving right now in that direction. It could be take probably 3 or 4 weeks according to them, but this is what I have to say. I don't want to be in violation, not at all. Actually, I feel ashamed for me as a businessman. I feel I failed to my business, to my person, because I don't want to create any issue for the county. Which give me the chance to move it right here. I'll be part of this. So I don't think no one here had any complaint from my business. Quite the opposite. If you see, look around, what my property looks like right now, I look at it 20 years ago, they operated and doing the same I'm doing right now, but I was really, Jurassic Park right now is Disneyland. So I'm trying to bring really positive efforts to this county, and it's not an excuse, it's just an explanation. I know we be in this boat a lot of time. Again, I feel horrible for that, but I would like to do my best to fix this situation. Another thing is that according for the site for my property, which is only 3 acres, and we have to move into, because we also mentioned in the previous board, go to the grandfather, because even when it doesn't show in the county, this property is being operated with the same thing. Maybe the county doesn't look like 20 years ago, but it's basically the same, what are we doing right now. But I don't want to fight with that, so I'm moving in a direction that if I go to AG5, we got a conditional, and correct me if I don't, to get a property to operate legally what I do right now. And I'm being in conversation with my next door, which is the property has 3 acres. It's gonna put me in 6 acres right now that are gonna get a chance to get the conditional to operate in the way it is. So, but for the records, it's never been my intention to be right here today, and because it's only thing that's out of my hand. I can't make a survey by myself, and I promise you, I made the whole offers to do it, but right now is when it's the time I find someone, because I knocked the door for 100 company. Not only the contractor people help me with that, and another people trying to help me with this, but it was unfortunately nobody's interested, and they don't have the time to make a survey. So, but the good news is I got these companies right now. So,
Thank you. You have to understand, I don't make the rules or regulations. I'm just here to enforce the laws of St. Lucie County.
Absolutely.
And you have been found in violation, and there has to be a consequence for that, because you haven't come in compliance since the board found you in violation. In reference to case number 2309-111632, I make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation, and any previous violations, I make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting June 6th, 2024, with a maximum fine not to exceed $20,000. Thank you, sir.
all right. Thank you for that.
Next case, code number 2406-113-147. Location of violation, 350 Dixon Drive, Fort Pierce. Tenant, Autoline Plus LLC, Richard Perlberg. And there's a companion case, and I'll read that one in as well. Code number 2406-113-162. Location of violation, 350 Dixon Drive, Fort Pierce. Property owner, Revelation Paint and Body. Sir, state your name, address, and be sworn in.
Richard Perlberg, 4347 Gator Trace Circle, Fort Pierce, Florida, 34982.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. We will hear from county staff first with regard to your case.
Hi there.
And keep in mind, you've already been found in violation, so we're just going to talk about a fine.
For the record, I'll be resubmitting 23 photos. 3 photos were taken on June 17th, 2024. 11 photos taken by Chief Inspector Andrew Wentz on June 20th, 2024. The tenant photos were submitted for the repairs that were corrected 6/21/2024. 4 photos taken on January 6, 2025, and a submittal of 1 photo that was taken on August 4th, 2025. The case was presented during the January 8th, 2025 Code Board meeting. The property owner, business owner, was present. After the testimony, the board found the property to be in violation of 13.801, Section 305 for an interior structure, repairs to damaged ceiling and second level flooring. Section 11.0500, the obtaining a business permit for zoning compliance business for the car business on the property. Section 42-103, to obtain a business tax receipt license for the auto paint and body repair business. At the Code Board hearing on January 8th, 2025, the board provided a date certain for violations to be corrected by July 2nd, 2025. As of today, the violation still remains. I have had communication from business owner who is present here today, and also St. Lucie County Business Navigator Thunder Lanise is here to provide any questions required for the business permits to obtain, and details for the progress made. He's been working closely with Michael Drain in regards to, or William Durden could provide maybe additional information for the delays in the required building permit.
Thondra?
At this time, we did not have any zoning compliance application from this business, so we have not reviewed anything or determined where they are in the process.
Mr. Perlberg?
All right, sir, let me tell you what this
Let
happened.
me ask you this. Why aren't you in compliance?
I'm in the process of compliance, sir. To fix one item, I have to fix the other item. The roof was bad. Let me tell you what's happened. I went on a contract to buy this building, and at the same time, the bank was giving me an approval. They gave me an approval, said that I needed to do a roof so I can pass the inspection for a mortgage. During that time, the people that were in there was Cutting Edge. They got evicted out of there. So as soon as I moved in 4 months to that date, he called the code enforcement, the fire department, the EPA on me. I have gone through the building, I've fixed the paint booths, I temporarily repaired that. The problem is this, I had to spend $58,000 on a roof so it didn't leak onto the floor that I just corrected. That was a problem. So if you look at the permits, my roof got put on about 3 weeks ago. Now I'm continuing doing the work inside the property because at the time with all this rain, I had floods, sir. My whole place would just come from the roof from the second floor to the bottom floor into my office. So for me to fix one thing and not fix the causing problem was kind of, I guess, excuse my language, ass backwards, sir. I apologize. So I decided, I put the roof on, so now I'm continuing fixing, I'm asking for a continuance for the floor. I temporarily repaired it. it's safe, it's passed for temporary repair. Now I'm gonna have an architect come in, and these, on the other side, that's the violation that I was on, that I was enforced. That was temporary fix. I am running the stringers all the way across. I'm gonna have them replaced. Instead of patching, which I did, cost me about $4,000 just to patch a little item. Now I'm gonna have the engineer, the architect, design and put all new trusses on the flooring. That's what I'm doing now, sir. But I had to fix the roof before I repaired this problem, because no matter what I did, it rained into the building, into the floor I just repaired, down into my lower building. I have passed my environmental. I have a fire department inspection coming next week. My EPA has been passed, been done. I have everything ready for the permit for my occupational license. I'm just waiting for the last part of the fire department inspection next week, sir. So I'll be in compliance with my occupational license. I just need a little more time to fix the floor. I had to spend the money on the roof, otherwise it would be just a loss. It would continue raining into the building and damaging the floor I repaired, sir. So I'm asking for a continuance.
Staff, care to respond?
The building permit for the repair to the structure, the last comment that went out was 10/24/24. So
all that's going to be replaced with all new wood, sir. It's going to be about $13,000 to redo that. I spent $3,800 just to patch it to keep my doors open. I just, like I said, went under contract into the building, and next thing I know, I had this gentleman who was evicted from there, called everybody, and he knew what was wrong with the building. I really didn't know, because he was occupying the building when I was purchasing it.
When the board found you in violation, they gave you basically 6 months to get everything taken care of.
I have, sir, I have to fix the roof. If I don't fix the roof, then the water comes in, and everything I've done is destroyed. That's why I'm asking for, look at the permits. I just finished putting a roof, $58,000 on that building, sir.
he is correct. There was a permit for the roof that was applied for and completed.
Thank you, sir.
And that was about
2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago?
About 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks.
Pretty much a month ago, it was completed.
Yeah.
Tell me when you will be in compliance with regard to these code violations.
The code, the occupational license will be done by the end of the month, August, end of the month. I'm sure I can get it done. The floor working, I have an architect come in. I just hired him. He's going to design everything. Then I have a contractor that's going to come in and repair it. I would say 6 months.
There's
The reason
an
why
amnesty
I'm asking that, because contractors are so busy right now, it's hard to get people into do work.
We understand that. This case is basically over a year old. You understand that. You were found with a notice of violation on June 19th, 2024. And I believe also that, as the county attorney was going to state, we do have a lien amnesty program that you can take advantage of after I impose a fine, and I believe I have to at this point. No more continuances. This has been going on a while, and
I don't understand how.
I have to follow the law.
I understand,
You have
sir.
already been found in violation,
But I
and
just put a
basically
roof
you
on
need to take
eliminate
care.
the problem, sir. That's one of my question is.
You will.
I repair the roof so I don't have that water falling in my building with the floor that I'm being repaired and get ruined.
You will be fined, and then you have an opportunity to apply during the lien amnesty program at that particular time. But we're gonna close this case anyway. In reference to case number
So how long do I have?
2406-113-147, I, as magistrate, make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff, that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation, and any previous violations, I make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting July 3rd, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed $10,000.
Excuse me, sir.
So ruled. Anyway, sorry, sir. Next.
Are you serious?
Case
I'm so sorry that.
In reference to case number, you're out of order. In reference to case number, code number 2406113, I make the following determination as magistrate. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation, and any previous violations, I make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting July 3rd, 2025, with a maximum fine not to exceed $10,000.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I have a question.
Thank you,
please.
sir.
I'll step outside with you and help you out. Sir, here.
We'll move on. Case number 2502114-536. Property owner Regal Cypress LLC. The location of the violation is 6545 North US Highway 1, Unit 41 in Fort Pierce. Please state your name and your address and be sworn in.
My name is Fallon Primo, 6547 North US Highway 1, Fort Pierce, Florida, 34946.
Can you raise your hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. For the record, I am resubmitting 5 photos dated February the 20th, 2025. 1 photo dated March 18, 2025. 1 photo dated May the 13th, 2025. 2 photos dated May the 29th, 2025. 1 aerial picture dated June 3rd, 2025, retrieved from the property appraiser website. And I am submitting 4 photos dated July 25th, 2025. 3 photos dated August the 4th, 2025. This case was brought to the June 4th, 2025 Code Board meeting for Section 13.08.01 Standard Housing Code, Section 108.1.1 Unsafe Structure and Equipment. Please remove the damaged structure. At the June 4th, 2025 Code Board meeting, the property manager was present. The board made a decision to continue the case to the August 6, 2025 Code Board fine hearing with a compliance date of July 10, 2025. I have remained in contact with the owner and the property manager. The demolition permit BLDC-2506-003405 was submitted online June 2, 2025 and is currently on hold. As of August 4, 2025, the property remains in violation.
Why is it on hold?
I'm looking for it. According to the comment, the comments say something about that it's supposed to submit the lot number and the address, but it's something that she might be able to tell you what's going on at this time.
So I've had a lot of issues with this thing. I want it to be removed. I even asked Mo if I could just remove it without the permit. We went with the contractor, and we got all the way to the end, and he wasn't licensed to do the electric and the water. So then I went and got another contractor who is a mobile home installer, so he is licensed to do the electric and the water to remove the home. He just called me on Tuesday and said that the permit is on hold because they need a letter stating that I'm guessing that the county isn't responsible to disconnect because the home is not connected to a pole. It's connected to a meter bank, as well as a shutoff at each individual home in the community. So the contractor who is going to remove the home is licensed to do that. As far as him doing the lot number, he said that that's not what I was told needed to be done. Just a letter stating, and then that's when we get confused of who is responsible for the electric and the water, and the contractor who's going to remove the home is responsible to do the disconnect for that.
the information I have here on permit BLDC 2506-003405 for 6595 North US Highway 1, it's applied for under commercial permit, and it specifies in here that it needs to be residential.
What is the building permit again?
The permit I have is BLDC 2506-003405. Am I even on the?
No, the new one, because I had to submit for, this is to change of contractor. The new one is BLDR 2506-009127.
And the hold. Is there a hold? The property, none of these are active. So they need to confirm the address and lot number. It appears to be an issue with the address and the lot number. I mean,
So I just had another violation that I just got closed. So apparently, my community, we have 74 units. Each one of my units has an individual address, but apparently the the permitting department does not have it like that. So when the violation came in, it came in as one violation address. My office has an address. And then you can clearly see on one of these pictures that Mo took, the address of the home right there on the building. So each home has a different address. But when we go to the permitting department, they tell me that those addresses don't exist.
This case is over a year old. Why wasn't this all taken care of months ago? Figured all out.
I've been trying my hardest. It all has to do with this address, and then asking for a subcontractor to do the electric and the water. I'm not understanding why there has to be a subcontractor if the mobile home remover and installer is contracted to do that. But I think the biggest issue is the address, and I mean, I don't really know what to do about trying to figure out the addresses, because I've been the manager there for 11 years, and those addresses have been on those mobile homes since I moved in 12 years ago.
have you talked to addressing and property appraisers?
What's his name?
Addressing and property appraisers.
I talked to a gentleman, and we're supposed to be making an appointment for him to come out and see what I'm trying to explain to him, because I had another permit for 17A for a demo, and it took me almost a year on that one as well. And it all has to do with these addresses. They won't give me permits because the addresses aren't correct. But like when Mo did the violation, and the other one, Mike Winkler, when they did his violation, they were putting it under 6545. My office is 6547, and this trailer is clearly 6495. When I do evictions, I have to have the individual addresses.
Yeah, fortunately, we have to go with the property appraiser card, your magistrate.
Yes.
And that's why we keep putting, even though, like she says, she's correct, their addresses are different than the property appraiser, but that's what we have to go with.
Right, I understand that, and you're gonna have to work that out with the property appraiser's office to make sure that's all taken care of. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little time on this, but we can't table it. We're not gonna be tabling a lot of things. They need to be resolved, because this case is over a year old. And you've been found in violation, so we're gonna set a fine, but I'm gonna give a little time before the fine starts to run, okay? And hopefully you can get that worked out.
Hopefully.
All right? In reference to case number 2502-114536, I, as magistrate, make the following determination. After hearing the facts in this case, the testimony, and the report of staff that the violation still exists, and having considered the gravity of the violation, the actions, if any, taken by the violator to correct the violation, and any previous violations, I make the following determination. A fine of $250 per day shall be imposed for each day the violation exists, starting October 15th, with a maximum fine not to exceed $5,000.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that concludes our agenda for this morning and afternoon. We are adjourned unless there's any other business to come before. We'll adjourn right now, and I believe it's like, if my eyes are okay, 1:10 or something like that.
108. It'd be 108.
We're going to look at the phones. They're always right. Yeah, 108.